Alright, good morning everyone. Welcome to day 3 of the 2012 EDP Kitesurf Pro Cascais. It's a beautiful day out there. As you can see, there still is a little bit of cloud cover hanging around, but the sun is coming out and everyone's kind of buzzing around, and looks like we may get some wind this afternoon, hopefully. We are anticipating the breeze to hopefully build throughout the afternoon, and hopefully we can get this thing underway today.
Yeah, again, the swell seems to have dropped a little bit overnight, but we're actually pretty optimistic that some wind is going to push in for the afternoon. As you can see, there's a little bit more texture on the water now in that first overview cam that we had. Still some surfers out catching some early morning waves, that's for sure. But we're optimistic actually that the swell is going to pick up a bit as the day goes on, and we'll see.
Yeah, well, we saw that swell, of course, peak yesterday afternoon. After our webcast yesterday, we took a little paddle out there and got worked around a little bit in the shore pound and caught some really fun waves. And yeah, that swell sort of peaked overnight and actually cleaned up quite a bit this morning. It was almost a little bit washed out yesterday afternoon, almost too big for Gincha to handle. But as you can see out there this morning, some beautiful little lines coming in there. A little bit of morning sickness on it right now, but as soon as that swell, or the wind starts to build, hopefully should even increase with the wind swell.
Yeah, picking up a bit. As you can see, the sun kind of popped out a little bit as well this morning. Yesterday morning we were looking at pretty thick fog bank that sort of stuck around all day and was actually raining for most of yesterday afternoon. So everybody, all the riders and everyone waking up this morning to some sunshine and a little bit more texture on the water makes us pretty hopeful that as the day rolls on, that we might be able to have a bit of wind push in and the swell pick up a little bit.
Exactly, yeah, and as I mentioned before, a little bit different vibe around the breakfast table this morning. Riders kind of waxing their boards up and getting prepared and hoping to actually be able to get out there and get the green flag up and get their feet in the wax and get some competition on today.
Yeah, and the riders' meeting is happening right now, actually. We're up here waiting for the official word for the call. We're anticipating probably a postponement, obviously not to run the event immediately right now because there's no wind push in, but I'm guessing that we'll have another call relatively quickly, so we can be prepared to run the event, assuming that the wind comes in and gives us some conditions to go.
Exactly, yeah, so looking at our overview cam down there, you can see a few early morning surfers and boogers paddling out there this morning, and you know, that bank is just set up really well. I know we talked about that a bit the last couple of days. That kind of peak out the back there outside of those rocks, that is the main competition area. As soon as this thing gets underway, we'll see those riders making their way out to that peak, and that thing is just really defined, really working well. I went out there and surfed it yesterday afternoon before it got washed out and got too big, and yeah, that thing is going to be it's going to be on when the wind comes on.
I anticipate the same. Let's step away for a minute as we're waiting for what the head judge and the contest director tell us regarding the event, and we'll talk to you in a few seconds.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is the morning of day 3 of the EDP 2012 Kitesurf Pro Cascais. We are anticipating hopefully a bit of a breeze this afternoon, but in the meantime we're going to take, we've been talking a lot, Ben, about some of the matchups we're going to have on tour this year. A lot of really talented riders. You know, we're going to have some huge matchups in the first round, I know, and we've been taking a lot of time to you know, profile some of these new riders and new faces on tour this year.
Yeah, and that's the cool thing about looking at the heat ladder this year is there's definitely sort of the favorites based on last year's results, and for sure those are the guys that everyone's going to be looking out for and gunning for as the new 2012 season starts. However, we have some new guys on tour that it'd be a mistake to count them out just because they don't have 1 year of experience behind them of last year's tour.
Exactly.
They've been ripping, and some of the guys, especially even though they weren't on the KSP tour last year, have been competing in wave events and surf events and lots of those things give them the experience to really set them up to do well in the 2012 edition of the KSP tour.
Yeah, exactly. We have, as we mentioned before, we have a lot of guys coming from surfing backgrounds, from other sports, and just kind of all-around athletes that are crossing over whatever they're doing to the kite. So we actually have a little interview queued up that we're going to cut down to. I think we have Christine Boza. She caught up with the winner of last year's PKRA Wave Tour from Australia, Kiahi de Aboitiz.
Yep, let's catch up with Kiahi and see what he's got to say.
And here we are with Kiahi de Aboitiz. Okay, no, say it again, Kiahi. How do you actually say your name?
It's a pretty good effort. I'm used to people not saying it. It's Kiahi de Aboitiz, so no bad effort.
De Aboitiz. Okay, I'm trying hard. Welcome here in Gincho Beach. You were last year competing on the PKA Tour. Was your first international tour. You pretty much dominated the tour, winning both events. Congratulations for the PKA Wave title 2011. Tell me a little bit about it. How did it feel? What was your experience on the tour?
Yeah, it was a really fun tour. We had a couple fun stops, Morocco and then Lanzarote, and it was really cool to go around and see Europe. I'd never seen Europe before, and then Morocco was really cool, and it was good to see the level of riding and the different riders. It was a super fun year.
Sounds great. And now you're traveling even more. You told me you were just coming from Hawaii. I saw you there a couple of weeks ago. You had a crazy trip from there. Tell me about your winter, how you prepared for the season, and how you feel now.
Yeah, it was really good. I basically spent 3 months in Hawaii, kind of through the end of their winter and into their spring, and had a couple really good days. We had some really good waves, some really good wind, good surfing, good kiting, and it was a really good lead up to this competition.
So you should be well prepared. But on your way here, you trained in a very different kind of way. You told me you stopped over in Dubai. What did you do there? Tell us about the craziness.
Yeah, that was really cool. I basically stopped in Dubai, came there to just do a little surfing on the way here, and turned out that it was windy in the wave pool. Thought I'd pump up and figured it was a stupid idea, and pumped up a kite, and it was good. Basically got to kite in a wave pool, got some really fun waves. It was pretty fun.
And hopefully you got some pictures and video of that too, because I would want to see that, and I'm sure everyone out there would too. Well, cool. Thanks a lot, Kiahi. I know you're going to go and have some fun on the water, so I won't keep you longer. Good luck for the event here. Glad to have you on tour. Keep ripping. And back to Sky and Ben.
All right, well, that was great to hear from Kiahi there. I actually got to spend a little bit of time with Kiahi when he was out in Hawaii this winter. Got some really fun sessions with him in Maui when he came over. Spent most of his winter over on Oahu, but did some trips over to Maui, and it was really
ripping.
he's ripping, absolutely. And getting really innovative with those new strapless aerial maneuvers and doing. One day he was out doing like these 540 kind of front rolls strapless, landing 540, fins first and spinning around, and he almost even landed a 720 that day. It was just kind of ridiculous. And
yeah, it's always cool, like to be able to catch up with these guys and obviously kind of hear about his off season and his training. And the really cool thing about having him here on this tour is that he's sort of the defending PKRA Tour champion in their wave division as well. So. Like we said before, though he's new to the tour this year, he's definitely not new to the wave tour contest scene, and that's why you can't really count that kid out for being one of the favorites, even though he's a newcomer to the tour.
Exactly, and he has that competition experience not only from competing in kite surfing, but also from his experience on the SUP tour, and just a lot of competition is just knowing how to handle the pressure and how to go out there and put a solid heat together, whether you're surfing, kiting, supping, and Kite does it all.
And being able to show up at a local spot and sort of spend a couple of days there and get to know, the more experience that you have reading waves, no matter where you're at, the better you're going to be able to show up somewhere and watch the spot for a bit and really set yourself up to do well in the competition.
Exactly, yeah. And
how's the wave pool thing?
Yeah, they were talking about the wave pool thing. We got to watch a little video. He pulled out his laptop the other day and showed us a few little quick clips of him in the wave pool, and the thing was just ridiculous. Of course, he went there to stand up paddle the wave pool, and one afternoon just happened to be windy, so he pulled out his kite, and it's just kind of a crazy sort of thing to see him kiting back and forth in this tiny little pool that's completely flat. And you kind of get into one little corner, and boom, they would just blast a wave off. He said the waves were timed, I think.
Yeah, it was one every 90 seconds, and just watching it he did a bunch of photographs, a bunch of little 30-second movie clips or something like that. But there was one clip I saw him do 5 turns.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And of course, he had to dodge one huge light pole with his kite. But
there was one kind of lamppost down, and he always had to swing his kite up over the top of it. So the thing wasn't made for kiting, but he made it work. And he said the wind was actually pretty steady in the thing too, which is crazy because it was coming over buildings. And he said it was fine, but it was pretty.
After seeing that though, man, I think he was saying it was a couple hours away from Dubai, and he was thinking about even on his way back from here to stop by and go check it out again because he had such a good time at it. So
that's pretty awesome. Yeah, that was cool to see.
But yeah, so we're still here. We're waiting. We're anticipating a call from the head judge. And again, as we kind of go back to our overview cam, you can kind of see that. Well, this one actually is showing us our event site. You can see that the tide's actually fairly low right now from our little bird's eye view of the event site there in the background. But in general, it looks like there's still some texture on the water. Again, we're hoping that it kind of pushes in as the morning rolls on, anticipating probably having to postpone for a couple hours.
Yeah, the wind, of course, not quite filling in yet. Looks like we could potentially get an afternoon breeze with this sunshine coming through the clouds. So hopefully we'll get a little thermal push this afternoon and hopefully get this thing underway as we wait for our official call from our contest directors.
Our head judge just peeked his head in, and we're going to actually put this on hold for another couple hours like we thought. So 12 o'clock is going to be our next call, 12 p.m., with the first possible start at 1 p.m. So just to say again, we are on hold. Riders are not released for the day. We're on hold until noon, and with the first possible start at 1 p.m.
So again, if you're just joining us, this is day 3 of the EDP Kite Surf Pro Cascais 2012. And
as we're talking about guys on tour, and we've pointed out the last few days, if you've caught our morning show, our coffee with Ben and Sky every morning, coming at you. But if you, we've been talking a bit about going out on the page you're watching us streaming. Off to the right, you can see a couple of boxes where you can go check out the heat draws. You can see what's coming up, and if we are able to run today, as we've been talking about all along, that first heat's going to be a banger right out of the pipe.
Yeah, we've got Sebastian Ribeiro and of course Guilherme Brandão, the winner of last year's Peru event. So the 2 red-hot Brazilians coming up against each other in the first heat. And we also saw an interview with Luke McGillivray. He'll be the 3rd rider in that heat.
With or without speedos.
Hopefully without his speedo, but we'll see
he was threatening. He was threatening last night to be wearing his speedo. So
maybe chucking on over his wetsuit or something.
I don't.
So anyway, that's going to be a great heat with the young newcomer Luke McGillivray and the 2 red hot Brazilians there coming up in the first heat. So hopefully we get this thing underway. It's going to be a banger right out of the gates.
And that's the other stuff that you can check out there on the site, on that page. I'm sorry, is our sponsor pages. As Sky is talking about the last couple of days, go down and like those guys. They're really the reason why all of us are sitting here. Again, our title sponsor for the event is EDP, and the cool thing about them is they're really nature driven. Much like the sport of kiteboarding and kite surfing, especially where we're using both wind power and wave power to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's really a good synergy with kite surfing. We'd also like to thank the city of Cascais for hosting us here. If you guys have never been to Cascais, it's a beautiful area of Europe, great little corner of Portugal.
Yeah, if you're
beautiful beaches.
Looking for a getaway vacation, you've seen the overview cam shows just an enormous beach for kids to play in the shore break. Super shallow water, all sand. It's a gorgeous place to come and check out and spend a week and stay where we're staying here in the Muchacho Hotel. They've been super hospitable, and it's we've barely had to leave the hotel just because it's been such great service and great dinners and great atmosphere. And as you can see, like steps from world-class surf breaks and as the wind pushes in, world-class kiteboarding.
Exactly. We'd also like to thank our industry sponsor for this event, Best Kiteboarding. We've seen some of their ads playing, and they're launching their new kite here this week, and it's been really great to have the support of those guys. We'd also like to, as long as we're thanking sponsors, go ahead and thank our industry members of the KSP Tour this year in 2012. We'd like to thank Underground Kiteboarding, Nash Kiteboarding, North Kiteboarding, of course Best Kiteboarding, Cabrina, Ozone, and F1. So a lot of support for this tour, and all those brands really supporting their riders to come on tour and push this thing forward.
Again, without them, none of us would be here for now. So thanks again for our industry sponsors. Let's continue a bit further talking about some of the people we should be looking out for. Let's switch gears a bit and talk about the women. Sky, I know you've had the opportunity to watch in Peru last year, to watch Mila Ferreira in action.
Yeah. And
she was an event winner in Peru last year.
Exactly. I mean, Mila kind of came out of nowhere last year. I'd never personally heard of her before that event. I know she's really well known in Brazil and grew up surfing, and she just kind of showed up at that event in Peru with her brother Felipe, and they both ended up doing really well. Felipe actually beat me in the semifinals there, and he ended up third in the event. And Mila went on to win the event for the ladies, and she was riding on her backhand strapless, and just showing that really great, smooth, graceful surf style. And Justine was actually able to catch up with Mila and get a little interview.
Yeah, let's. And I think this is a pre-recorded one from yesterday or the day before. I can't quite remember, but let's hit over to Justine and catch up with Mila and talk to her about her off season and where she's been training and her thoughts for the 2012 KSP Tour for the year.
All right, I'm here with the lovely Mila Ferreira. I'm so happy to see you. Mila, you've been in Portugal for a bit now. How has the riding been here? How have you been preparing here at Guincho Beach for this upcoming event?
I'm liking too much to stay here because it's a very similar condition of Hawaii that I was there before I came here. And the right and the wind's strong. And when there is no wind, I was surfing, and this is too good because I have a place that if there is no wind, you can go to the water because or doesn't have waves or the wave is too dangerous. I don't know, but here's perfect.
Nice. So you prepared in Hawaii. You were there for the winter. How were the conditions over there? Where did you surf and kite, and where were the spots that you liked?
Yeah, we stayed 35 days in Oahu, and then we went to Maui and stayed just 4 days to wait the connection back to Brazil, and to know Maui, of course. Was our first time there, and we love because Hawaii, it's amazing. Everybody talk about there, and we never been there before. And my daddy lived there, in '89, when he was a pro surfer. He lived there for 1 year, 2 years, and it was amazing. We trained a lot, we surfed, we know the places, and it was very nice.
That's great. It's awesome to have that connection with your dad. That's really special. Yeah. Speaking of, I see his surf shop hat there, which I've seen before. How did you end up on the ASP video?
I don't know. I was because the event, the contest this year was in front of our kite spot on the beach because we are sponsored by Billabong, and the event was sponsored too by Billabong, the ASP event, and they make the event in front of our spot, and we were there every day and every time, and we know the guys. I don't know why they make a film of me, but everybody that I talk say this to me, but I don't know why.
Well, for any of you who want to see, go check her out. She's on there.
Yeah.
It's nice to see you everywhere. Well, we're so happy to have you here, and we can't wait to see you out in the water. You're an amazing surfer and so talented. It's great that you can take a break from university to be here on the tour, and we're so happy to have you here. So hopefully the wind picks up a little, and we get to see you ride, and so excited. Back to you, Sky.
Welcome back, everyone. If you're just joining us, this is day 3. This is the morning show of the EDP 2012 Kite
Coffee
Surf
Talk.
Pro
Coffee Talk
Cascais.
with Ben and Sky.
This is Coffee Talk. Welcome back. As you can see, beautiful day out there on the beach. We just heard from last year's winner in Peru of the KSP, Mila Ferreira. She was talking a little bit about her time spent out in Hawaii this winter, and sounds like she had a really good trip out there. Got a lot of good waves.
Yeah, I mean, as anyone that's ever ridden a surfboard before, spending a month or more in Oahu is a must in your lifetime, that's for sure. So being able to spend a lot of time there, there's so many waves that break on the North Shore. You know, no matter how many people that are there, it always seems like you can find a place to paddle out and get some work in.
Exactly, yeah. Whether it's surfing, kiting, or stand-up paddling, or whatever sport you love to do, that place is certainly magical. As is this place here in Cascais, beautiful Gincho Beach, miles of coastline up and down this beautiful stretch of Europe.
And then just to say again, we did hear from our contest director and head judge a bit earlier in the show, and we are on hold until 12 o'clock, and with the first possible start at 1 p.m. So stay with us for another couple of minutes. We're gonna talk a bit more about what you expect to see over the week and a couple of the riders. But as we said again, it's on hold for another hour and a half or so, and then we'll make the call then if we want to wait a bit more. As it looks like we probably will. If the wind hasn't pushed in by noon, my guess is we'll probably put it on hold again until later in the afternoon, which sort of goes in line with the conditions of Gincho. It's sort of an afternoon wind spot, so we don't want to release the riders at all if it kind of looks like there might be a possibility of some wind pushing in.
Exactly.
Later, and the sun stays. I can't even remember at what time the sun sets. Maybe 9:30, something like that.
Yeah. So the days are really long, and I guess the contest directors just want to give it as good a chance as possible. And over the last week or so, we have seen a lot of days with mornings just like this, where there's kind of a little bit of residual cloud, and as that sun starts to break through, you get that afternoon thermal effect. So hopefully, we are looking for a start this afternoon if we get some wind. So just going back to that interview we saw with Mila there, they talked a little bit about her being on the ASP webcast. I think I clicked on one of the wrap-up videos. I think it was their finals day there in Rio, and they had a shot there, cut to a shot of her standing on the beach there. And as she said, that's her home spot. They kite that place all the time, surf it, kite it, and I guess that's basically her go-to spot to kite.
Yeah, exactly. And the cool thing I thought last night was the first day of the Balkan Fiji Pro, and if you went to the Riders Lounge super late last night, everybody with the whole pack of guys was there, and girls, and really excited to watch live, their live cast of the first heats of the Fiji Pro. It's pretty cool to see, all of the riders on the KSP Tour really drawing from and learning from what's happening on the ASP Tour, and everybody, it's Mila and a couple other of the Brazilians, obviously, rooting for their countrymen down there.
Yeah, and we actually had Pedro Henrique was sitting in there with the Brazilian crew, and it was funny to see Pedro. He he's competed with all those guys in the past, and he was sitting there basically watching his buddies on screen and rooting for some of the Brazilians there that are on tour. And it was a really great vibe. Everyone's sitting around watching the webcast and
hooting and hollering, and for us too. I think we're in such a great location, and so we have such a great spot to film the heats as the week progresses. We should get some great shots. The conditions here and the lineup that we have to be able to bring this live broadcast to you guys. We should be able to get some shots that I wouldn't doubt that when we're watching the recap again, as the week goes on, a bunch of the riders and doing the same thing, that we'll be getting some similar rides of some hooting and hollering happening down there.
Exactly, and I think all the guys got fired up watching that last night, and they can't wait for this contest to get underway and bring you some awesome live action. So speaking of Pedro Henrique, we actually have a little interview of him. Christine caught up with him earlier in the week to talk a little bit about how he started kiting and his surfing background and how that's crossing over. So let's cut to a little interview of Pedro here, and we will be back shortly.
Well, now I'm here with a completely new rider on this year's KSP Tour, Pedro Henrique from Brazil. Pedro, 2000 ASP Junior World Champion. 2006 you were competing on the WCT. 2008 you were telling me you were the Brazilian surfing champion. Incredible achievements in the surfing world. Now you're competing on the KSP Tour. Kite surfing, well, a lot of people would say a completely different sport. How did you get into kiteboarding, and what does it mean to you?
Well, first I'm so happy to be here on KSP and like discovering so many different people and different places, and it's so good like be different things. And well, first I was always liking kiteboard with that freestyle stuff and that airs. And then one day I had a chance to learn with a friend in North Brazil. And I just grabbed and then it was pretty cool. Like I was just for fun at the beginning. It was just for fun, just to know how fly on the waves, and then was some the things was happen. Like Gilly said to me, like, hey, why you don't compete? And then I was I don't know. And then I was just trying, like went to the contest just to see how it happened. And then I was pretty good. Like the wind was easy, and then I was just make my surf and was nice. And then I just like, well, we can do we can maybe be a kite surfer. And then I was like seeing my surfing getting better, like some points like the airs was better, like easier, because we're flying more with kite. And then when I back to surf, I was flying and feeling more comfortable on the air. The speed too, like we are always more speed on kite. And then when I'm back to surf, even if I fast, I feel more slow, and then I can like think better what can I do, and other different things, like how I see the ocean, how I like see the swell coming. It's really nice, like, and then I'm here.
Well, that's absolutely incredible. So you are telling us your kiting has really helped your surfing. When we see you out there surfing and kiting, it looks like the same person, obviously. Your kiting style is very much like your surf style. You are telling me also you are going to compete on the surf tour or do some surf events this year and also compete on the kiteboarding tour. What are your goals for the KSP season or in general in your life?
Yeah, actually I want to do both, like still being a surfer, because like all my life I dedicate to that. And but I know I can do both. I can still do a surf and make results and be a kite surfer. But I know too there is a lot of good guys on kite, and they are really like good. They really know how fly the kite and how works on different conditions. And it's all new to me. I need to learn everything. But I really open my mind to catch the things, and I'm always asking the guys too, like, how can I do that? How can I do this? But like, I wanna stay on the tour to the next season. I wanna stay on the top guys. I know it will not be easy, but I know I can do if I train more, if I like train hard, and still surfing.
Well, I don't think you're going to have any problems. I think in surfing, the competition is even bigger than in kiting. I know you only started kiting really 2 years ago, so obviously the kite part of the sport is a bit new to you, but you're going to get that down in no time. You have the surf style. So good luck on this year's season. Good luck here for the event. There's one more thing I would like people out there to know about you. You have 2 beautiful girls at home and a wife waiting for you in Brazil. They are hopefully going to watch you live here at the live cast. Do you want to give a quick shout out to them? You want to say hi?
Sure. That is my present. You know, like that's what makes me keep doing what I'm doing. And I know they watch me and they like want all the best to me. It's hard like stay away from them. Like we missing too much, but it's part of the game. You know, like.
Say hi to them in the camera.
Queria dizer que muita saudade de vocês e que papai ama vocês.
Awesome. Well, good luck again, Pedro. Back to Sky and Ben.
Great to hear from Pedro Henrique and Christine Boza there in their matching t-shirts.
They got the memo. They got the memo that they should be wearing the matching t-shirts. It's good to see.
They definitely did on that. So if you're just joining us, this is day 3 of the EDP Kitesurf Pro Cascais 2012. As we mentioned earlier, the next call will be at 12 p.m. with a first possible start of 1 o'clock this afternoon. So make sure to check back for that 12 p.m. call a little later on this morning. As you can see out there, we do have 1 kite in the air. I don't believe it's windy enough for that rider to probably get out on the water yet, but I think that may be Sebastian Ribeiro, one of the other Brazilian riders on tour, just getting his equipment ready and preparing for his heat this afternoon.
Yeah. I mean, everybody now is kind of, when the nerves start to catch up with you a little bit and get little butterflies in your stomach, kind of anticipating something happening in the afternoon, and you kind of have to start your mental preparation, even if it doesn't look like the conditions are exactly how you want them right away. You have to start your mental preparation early in the day to get prepared. You know, equipment checking and make sure everything is set up so when the call happens, you're ready to go. Because it's really from the time that we make the call, especially this first one, if we're at a 12 o'clock call and a 1 o'clock start, that's a pretty quick window that you kind of got to get into contest mode and get ready to get out there.
Yeah, just kind of get in the right headspace and, you know, make sure that you've got your kites pumped up on the beach and you're kind of all ready to go, and you know, you have your jersey and you have the right color. And of course Sebastian there is going to be coming up in that first heat with Luke McGillivray and Gilly Brandau. So we just heard from Pedro Henrique there with Christine Boza, and yeah, that was really interesting to hear what he had to say about the crossover of kiting and surfing.
And yeah, I think it's interesting to hear him talk about how kiting in the waves has actually helped his surfing, because it's a lot. His surfing style for him is sort of feels a bit slower, so it gives him some more time to think about it. And he's right. You know, the kiting in the waves is pretty fast, and the kite you're able to sort of manipulate and put yourself in places that you wouldn't be able to when you're just surfing. So you have to be quick thinking, and that's the cool thing about it, is you can think really fast, and you can pull out of a wave if it doesn't look like it's gonna work for you, and skip it and get the one right next to it, and it's the amount of waves that you're catching in a day of kite surfing or in a heat in kite surfing compared to surfing is astronomical.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, I think the other thing is being able to feel out your boards. I know Pedro, most riders on tour these days are surfing on the exact same boards that they're kiting. So you know, catching as many waves as you do kiting, and being able to have that much time on your feet on the board as opposed to paddling around when you're surfing and only getting 5 to 10 second ride every few minutes. When you're kiting, you're constantly on your feet on a wave, and you can feel the board out, know exactly what your fins are doing, know exactly what your equipment's doing. So it's a great way to learn how your boards are riding and really feel it out.
Yeah, and it's also great to get to know a bit of the personality of the guys and where they come from. And Pedro's a family man, has 2 girls at home. Give a shout out to his little girls.
Exactly, and you can appreciate that one, Ben. You've got 2 little ones at home,
boys, yeah,
and a wife that are hopefully
driving both of us crazy, but love them. Yeah, so again, we're on hold till noon. With first possible start at 1 o'clock. Want to thank our technical wizard Nate Volk for hooking us up with a bit of coffee this morning. Just brought us in another couple of espressos, which I think
keeping us firing on all cylinders this morning.
That's right. I think we were at 13 by this time yesterday, and I think this is at least got 2 shots of espresso in it. So
we're well on our way this morning to beat that record. So
just before we wrap it up for the day, I think we want to talk again about the auction that Rata, the artist, is putting on for the event poster, the real original artwork of the event posters.
Yeah, it's a really cool thing that Rata's done for us. He's actually painted 4 original works of art for our 4 individual events on tour this year. This first one that we're going to cut a clip to in a minute is a painting of the bay here at Guincho Beach in Cascais, a beautiful painting depicting the waves and the beauty of the area, and we've got some little kite surfers and surfers in there getting tubed. And we will cut to this clip of Rata, and we will be back with you soon, right here in Cascais.
Hey guys, my name is Sylvain Orange. I'm also known as Rata. That's how I sign my paintings. I'm the artist who painted Azurios du Mar, which you have right here, first of a series of 4 paintings. So here is the deal. Join Cascais and I in supporting Blue. This painting can be yours. Bid now on charitybuzz.com. See you in the waves.
We just heard from the artist Rata there talking about his painting of this KSP event here in Cascais. Get yourself over to charitybuzz.com and bid on that painting. Of course, all the proceeds of the sale of that painting are going to benefit the Blue Marine Foundation, which is protecting and preserving our oceans of this beautiful earth we live on. So a great cause and a great painting, and we're really stoked to have Rata on board doing those beautiful paintings for us.
You can see even in this overview cam, that's almost the position that piece of art is modeled after. This almost exact same position. So you can see the natural beauty of this place too. And we've talked about before, it's such a great natural amphitheater. We're sitting up from a bird's eye view on one end of the beach, and we can look all the way down the beach to the other side. It's framed just really cool, actually, with all the rocks and formations and everything.
Yeah, exactly. You see that little kind of outcropping of rocks in the middle of the bay there. There's a right-hander up on the top of the bay, and of course here down towards the bottom, a little left running down towards those rocks. And we've been talking a lot about that sandbank out in the middle. You can see that little pack of 3 surfers sitting out there. waiting for a set to roll through. That is basically our main competition area, and that's where the riders are going to be picking off their waves when we get this thing underway, hopefully this afternoon. So once again, if you're just joining us, this is day 3 of the EDP Kitesurf Pro Cascais 2012. The next announcement will come from our contest director at noon today, and we're looking for hopefully a 1 o'clock start this afternoon, Ben.
Yeah, we got our fingers crossed. The conditions definitely will build for as far as waves are concerned as the day goes on. What we'll be keeping our fingers crossed for is that the wind pushes in, as the afternoon goes on. But all we can do is wait and see. And in the meantime, go and hang out with some of the riders and see what they're up to. And as they're checking gear and trying to calm their nerves and get the butterflies worked out, everyone is on edge for the start of the 2012 KSP season, and it looks like today could be a day. So please stay tuned, and we'll be back in just over an hour to give you the next call. And until then, I'm Ben Meyer.
I'm Sky Solbach,
and we'll see you soon.
See you guys at 12. On the water, there's a few people out there surfing, and I know some guys are down there pumping their kites up in anticipation for hopefully getting this thing underway this afternoon. Looks like conditions are improving.
Yeah, if you take a look at our some of our overview cam and our action cam here, you can see that there's a few white caps kind of starting to make their way towards the beach, and the swell is definitely keeping at least where it was this morning, if not a little bit higher as the tide pushes in a little bit. There's definitely a bit more punch and power behind the lines that are rolling in, but really right now we're looking at that wind line and hoping that it continues to push in. You can see that that fog bank is still there a little bit, but definitely it's sort of lowering in its density, and we got some sunshine, we got some blue sky popping out. So we're hopeful that within the next hour and a half or two we can get this thing up and running.
Yeah, the waves look super fun out there right now. It's just it's nice and peaky. Yesterday we saw a lot of those lines were really walled up and kind of closing out the whole sandbar out there. But that peak again, really defined this morning, and getting a little bit of texture on the water, and things are starting to work themselves out, and that breeze hopefully filling in. I'm seeing some white caps out there on the horizon at the moment, so fingers crossed that we're going to get this thing underway. I know some of the windier days we had last week and a couple weeks ago, having that little sort of thin fog strip on the horizon was actually a good thing. Kind of brings that cooler air in, and that cool air coming off the ocean and the warm sort of sunshine on the beach seems to be the right ingredients to get the wind cranking here in the afternoon. So hopefully we're going to get this thing underway.
Yeah, definitely it's a different scene than yesterday where it was kind of just socked in, rainy. It looks like it could ramp itself up for being a great day, and the word we have now is we're on hold for 1 more hour. That's word from the riders meeting that was just taking place a couple of minutes ago. So we heard from our head judge and our contest director, and we've been put back on hold for another hour, but they want to make the first possible start 1:30. They're going to call it at 1 p.m. with first possible start at 1:30. Just in case within the next hour it looks like it's really going to get going. They want to get everyone on the water as soon as possible and get the heat started.
Yeah, I'm thinking kind of any time, by 1 o'clock it could be fully filled in. Once this thermal starts to kick, it can come up really quickly. So we're already starting to see white caps. So hopefully within the next hour, this wind will fill in. We'll be able to get this thing underway at 1:30. So be sure to check back at 1 p.m., just 1 hour from now, and hopefully we get this thing underway just a half hour thereafter at 1:30.
Yep, and let's hear a little bit of something from our event sponsor, Best Kiteboarding, as they're launching a new kite almost exactly around this event, Cabo.
certainly great to have Best Kiteboarding on board for this event as our industry event partner. So again, we will check back with you just an hour from now at 1 p.m. So be sure to check back at kspworldtour.com. Hopefully we'll get this thing underway at 1:30, Ben.
Yep, that's what we're, again, fingers crossed. The swell looks like it's holding up. The wind looks like it's trying to make its way in, so check back in with us. Till then, I'm Ben.
I'm Sky.
This is Sky. See you in an hour.
Welcome back. This is the 1 p.m. update here on day 3 of the EDP 2012 Kite Surf Pro Cascais. Well, as you can see on your screen there, the wind is starting to fill in, and we are hoping to get this competition underway sometime this afternoon. It's a beautiful day out there. The sun is shining, as you can see.
We got word from the head judge and the contest director that they wanted to hold off for another half an hour to see if we can't wait for the wind to get a little bit stronger. But as you can see, we got We got a kiter in the water, testing it out, and it looks like he's able to stay upwind. He's got good power. It looks like maybe 9-meter kite he's on.
Actually,
A little bit bigger maybe, but
I'm not sure. I don't think that's one of our riders actually on the screen there, but I know that Luke McGilloway, who's coming up in that first men's heat, was out earlier on an 8-meter kite about 10 minutes ago, and he said it was just kind of borderline. Actually, he was talking to our head judge, Brad Price, and Brad kind of filled me in on that info. And Brad just, they really want to make sure that, when we do get this thing underway, that they are contestable and suitable conditions. So just wanting to make sure that the riders are not going to be out there struggling and kind of struggling to stay upwind and things like that. So hopefully this wind will continue to build. And there we see, I think there should be about 3 kites out there on the water at the moment. So hopefully this wind will fill in nicely.
Yeah, and it's still early, as we've been talking about in the earlier broadcasts. It's 1 p.m. local time, and it's not uncommon for this place to actually increase in wind strength from now on, and actually, as we were speaking, I think it was in yesterday's or the day before's broadcast, some of the windier times of the day are around that 5 o'clock mark, 4 o'clock mark, so I wouldn't be surprised to see the event start running before then, but sort of with the expectation that it's going to be picking up throughout the afternoon, and with increase in wind speed, again, as we said before, this place sort of concentrates that wind swell and should increase the size of the waves coming into the afternoon as well. So we're pretty optimistic right now that actually we'll be able to start contesting this thing.
Exactly, and as I said before, you just want to make sure that the conditions are contestable. And as you can see out there, some really fun little waves rolling through. A little bit smaller than yesterday, but still in the 2 to 3 foot range. So there's still some head high sets rolling through, and it's pretty consistent. So we see Luke McGilloway there, who will be coming up in that first men's heat, hooking onto a little left-hander here, and still looking a little bit light. He is on an 8-meter kite, so the wind is strengthening, and it looks like he's trying to go for a little cover up there, and he might boost an air here for us if we're lucky. Little floater, and looks like he's gonna go down in that foam ball there. But again, if you're just joining us, this is day 3. This is the 1 p.m. update, and contest directors have opted to put it on hold, so next call will be at 1:30, just a half hour from now, with a first possible start of 2 p.m.
And until then, we will let you go for another half an hour, and we will see you actually, the next call now will be in 25 minutes, 1:30, here at the EDP 2012 Kite Surf Pro in Cascais. Again, optimistic that this thing is going to go off in the next hour or so stay tuned, and we'll see you guys again in about a half an hour. And until then, I'm Ben Meyer, sitting next to Sky Solbach.
We will see you guys soon. Welcome back, everyone. This is your 1:30 update from the 2012 EDP Kitesurf Pro Cascais. We are still in a bit of a holding pattern here, waiting for conditions to improve, but as you can see out there, some riders are already getting out on the water and testing these conditions out. Still a little bit light and onshore with a fair bit of current pushing down the beach, so these guys just out there testing out their kite sizes. I think we've got riders out there on 8 and 10 meter kites, but as we said, still kind of struggling a little bit.
I had a couple riders come in and say that the conditions were getting there, but they weren't quite big, or the wind wasn't quite strong enough to keep them on the face of the waves. They were dropping out the back. The kites were luffing and falling out of the sky a little bit. So we're the contest director and head judge just want to give it a little bit more time to see if we're going to get a little bit more strength coming in, as most of the riders who were out there were kind of bogging out a bit on their bottom turns and not really being able to stay in the critical section of the waves.
Yeah, with this side onshore wind direction, there is probably a good 15 knots of wind out there, which in other wind directions may be considered contestable. But as you can see there, riders sort of having to bottom turn towards their kite, and in these conditions you kind of need to be pretty powered up to make it work. So we are going to wait for the wind to crank up a little bit more, but in the meantime we're going to watch. I believe this is a local rider, Nuno Figueiredo, out there on that best kite, and upwind of him there we see Pedro Enrique having a little look at that left-hander. We're going to focus in on Nuno here, and that thing's just going to run away from him. So not that much wind out there at the moment, but hopefully strengthening through the afternoon, Ben.
Yeah, I don't really see any reason why this, assuming that the wind cranks up a little bit, that this wouldn't get started sometime this afternoon. The conditions are looking favorable, as you can see on our overhead cam here. The sky's looking clear. It's just gotten continually more windy. Our doors are slamming shut up here in the sound booth, so that's a good sign that the wind's picking up.
Definitely, you see that little cloud layer sort of sitting above the hill there on the upwind end of Guincho. That's typically been a really good sign over the last few weeks, having that sort of thin cloud layer on the horizon and a nice sunny patch over Guincho Beach here to suck that thermal wind through the valley. So you can see there, starting to see some white caps. The sheep are grazing out on the ocean, as they say.
That's right. And so this is our 1:30 call. We're on hold for another half an hour. Next call, 2 p.m. Next possible start, 2:30 p.m. And until 2 o'clock, which is in about 25 minutes for now, this is Ben Meyer, sitting next to Sky Solbach, signing off. See you in 30 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. As you can see, we're live here on Guincho Beach at the EDP 2012 Kite Surf Pro Cascais, and we're still looking at some pretty favorable conditions. We have a couple of riders in the water testing it out. This is our 2 p.m. call, and we've received word from the head judge and the contest director that we are still on call. We're gonna put the official call to 2:30 till the next possible start at 3 p.m. for the riders. Felix Pivec, one of the judges that we have, had just told us that it was definitely the guys were able to ride, as you can see on our action cam on our live on stream window. But they felt that it was just not quite ready for the contest to be run, and more favorable conditions are definitely warranted and possibly going to happen as the afternoon goes on. So for the time being, for the 2 p.m. call, we are going to postpone again till 2:30 for the next call and first possible start at 3 p.m. And as you can see, it's a gorgeous day here in Guincho Beach in Portugal. And as we switch back to our overhead cam, we can get a pretty good view of what our event site looks like. We got some riders down there beginning to get their gear together and start to pump up. And you know, for all these guys, this is a really kind of a stressful moment of the event, because they're running around making sure all their equipment's set up, trying to get a feel for the wind direction and get out and sort of shake out the nerves a little bit. And actually, we have our eyes and ears on the beach in Christine and Justine down on the beach, and they've been down there for the last little bit, kind of watching the guys prepare and get their gear together, and they're standing by outside of the judges tower right now. So let's go down to the beach and see what they have to say.
Thanks, Ben. Here we are at the beach. It's exciting here, isn't it, Justine?
It's amazing. It's beautiful out today. Sun is shining, the wind's picking up. So excited.
So the riders are all pumping up their kites. Most of them are already done. First ones are on the water. We're just waiting for the wind to pick up a little more. And look who we got here. He made it down from the commentary booth.
Hello. Oh, they're coming here.
Sky is here.
Hey guys, how's it going? Just grabbed my kites and ran down to the beach here, and just gonna get pumped up for my heat. Yeah, it's kind of nice to be out of the commentary box in there and out in the beautiful sunshine. There's a lot of half-naked bodies here strewing around the beach, and you know, I think the wind's looking really good. It's building, and there's a lot of guys out on the water, and I think it's actually going to happen for us. So fingers crossed we get this thing going, and I can't wait to get out for my heat.
Well, you heard it, guys. I guess we give it back to Ben and see you soon.
All right. Thanks, Justine, Christine, and Sky for that beach update. Things are looking good. Again, as we go back to our overview cam here, we can see that we got a couple kites in the air, and moving back to our action cam, we can see a couple guys on the water again. It looks like we got 3 in the frame here, still struggling a little bit on the inside, as you can see. So again, this is our 2 p.m. call. We are on hold till 2:30 for the next call, and 3 o'clock is our next possible start. And until then, we hope you have a good 30-minute break, and we will see you in 30 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. This is our 2:30 update here at the EDP 2012 Kite Surf Pro Cascais. So you can see from our action cam on the water, we got a lot more riders on the water. It looks like kites are a bit more powered. Guys are being able to get in the right spot a bit more. And we just got call from our head judge and the contest director that we have a 3 o'clock red flag go for the first day of competition here. And Sky got you just back in the booth now. You're down on the beach getting ready for the heats. What's the attitude like down there?
Well, yeah, it was nice to get down there and check out the action firsthand down on the beach. The wind is filling in nicely, and everyone's kind of, you know, just buzzing around and pumping up kites. There's a bunch of kites out on the beach and a bunch of riders out in the water. For some of these riders, it's their first warm-up, as a lot of them just got here, you know, the day or two before the event. So, you know, people are just stoked to get out in the water and ride and sort of warm up a bit and get ready for their heats. And I think, you know, we just can't wait to get this thing going.
Yeah, it's shaping up to be a great day. You can see how much sun is out there, and the swell has just been picking up. I don't know if you remember from this morning, but it was a bit smaller out there, and obviously the wind hadn't pushed its way in. But it seems like the windier it's getting, the bigger the swell is. It's pushing in. I think it's pretty high tide.
Yeah, I think that higher tide pushing in just kind of pushed whatever swell was out in the ocean sort of into this bay here, and yeah, it's definitely come up since this morning. And that wind swell also coming into play there, sort of, you know, pushing that wind swell and sort of doubling up with that ground swell. And, you know, we're seeing sort of chest to head high waves out there. And it's looking really fun, man. Like really nice little peaks coming through. As you can see, still a bit lighter. I think that's Pedro Henrique there having a little warm up, and he's going to get eaten and taken out by that foam ball. But yeah, so the wind is still a little bit on the light side, but you know, it is kind of side on shore, so it's probably about 15 to maybe 18 knots. So you know, once we get up sort of towards the 20 knot range, I think it's going to be on, and I can't wait for this thing to start.
And everybody is saying now that we're going to give it another 30 minutes, and we're as I said right now, the call is we're go for our 3 o'clock red flag, which means we'll have 5 minutes to catch back up with you guys and get everyone prepped on the first heat and talk about the matchups that we're going to be seeing within the next few hours of action here on the beach. Can't wait. Should be an insane first day. Should just keep getting windier. The waves should keep getting bigger. I know I'm excited about it, Sky. I know you're excited about it. So please keep it with us, and we'll check back with you guys in about 25 minutes from now. Actually, we're going to have the red flag go up, and we're going to be ready to kick this thing off. Until then, I'm Ben Meyer.
And I'm Sky Solbach, and we will see you guys in about a half hour. Right, this is the 3 o'clock update. We do have a red flag up, so we are going to get this thing underway with Heat 1. This is going to be a huge heat right out of the box. If you're just joining us, this is day 3 of the EDP Kite Surf Pro Cascais here in beautiful Cascais, Portugal. This is Guincho Beach, and I'm Sky Solbach. Sitting next to me, Ben Meyer. Ben, looks like conditions are improving out there, and that's looking pretty windy. We've seen some guys get some good waves.
Yeah, I'm psyched. We're finally going to get this thing going. We just heard the horn for the raising of the red flag. That puts us about T-minus 5 minutes away from the dropping of the red, 4 minutes away from the dropping of the red flag, and getting ready for the green flag to come up here in just a few minutes. Like Sky said, it's going to be an insane first. Actually, the first 2 heats are out of control.
Yeah, well, the first 2 heats are out of control. You know, looking down here at our heat sheet, you know, this first heat, we talked about this a lot already in the last couple of days. We're going to have 2 Brazilian riders that are, you know, red hot. Guilherme Brandão and Sebastian Ribeiro. Both of these guys really good friends. They're going to be doing battle against each other, and of course the young Luke McGillivray from South Africa also in that heat. So we're starting out with 3-man heats. And then after the first round, everything will go into a knockout system, which will be man-on-man. So 3 heats, 3 men in the heat for the first round, and then 2 for every round thereafter.
Yeah, and you know, for the judges, this is almost the most difficult task. This first round, just because they're watching 3 guys on the water, and as we move past into the later rounds, it's going to be man-on-man heats. But this first round here, especially with a bunch of action on the water and the wind being a bit onshore, kind of the judges have to have their eyes open for sure to make sure that they catch out all the action that's going on, and having 3 riders to score. And it's going to be important for them to sort of, you know, be as focused and as concentrating on the action as the riders.
Exactly, yeah. And the other thing, you know, with these early heats is, you know, we saw a little warm-up, and I'm sure the judges were down there watching, actually saw them sitting there watching all the action. They kind of have to set the scale for the judging. You know, they don't want to blow the scale out of proportion. Of course, you know, each wave, a maximum score, your highest score you can get for one wave is a 10. So, you know, they don't want to be throwing out 10s right off the bat in these first heats. They kind of want to watch and observe and see what these riders are actually able to do and what the scoring potential of these conditions are. So that's another thing. You know, it's a really challenging thing being a judge. You know, watching for you know, these progressive maneuvers that are going to come into play, and just setting the scale for the heats to come.
And in this first heat, as we were saying before, it's a good one out the bat. In blue, we have Guilherme Brandão, the Brazilian, the veteran in wave riding, who's our 3rd place competitor from the 2011 tour. He's going to be in blue again. In red, we have Sebastian Ribeiro, also from Brazil. 2 Brazilians going after it. As Sky said again, he's going to be wearing the red lycra. And in white is going to be the 17-year-old South African Luke McGillivray. Again, Brandão blue, Ribeiro red, and McGillivray in white as we come up just a few minutes left before the start of the first heat.
And just to remind you guys, below the player there, we do have our RideScore mobile scoring widget, where you will be able to see those live scores as they come in from the judges. So you can see there Guilherme Brandão, Sebastian Ribeiro, and Luke McGillivray. And once those scores do come in, you'll be able to hover over each score with your mouse, and you'll be able to see the individual scores locked in by our panel of 5 judges. Of course, just to reiterate the scoring criteria here, a perfect heat score is 20, so the best 2 waves that each one of these riders rides during their heat are going to count towards their heat score total. So a perfect ride being 10 points, best 2 waves, perfect heat score is a 20. So it's going to be really interesting to get this thing underway, and I'm psyched for the action. I went down and pumped up my kites, and I can't wait for my heat coming up later today. But for now, I'm just ready to take in the action and watch these first few heats.
Yeah, and we're about a minute or so away from the flag drop, and as Sky was saying, man, it's just like, it's exciting to sort of be right on the cusp of getting this action underway, and it looks like the first riders are getting themselves in position out there and kind of clearing the rest of the guys off the water in order to get ready for this first heat, again including Brandão, Ribeiro, and McGillivray. It's going to be a 3-man heat. Judging criteria is, as Sky said, your best 2 waves count. After 15 waves, you stop being scored, so wave choice is going to be very important. I'd be surprised if we saw some huge scores here in the first round based on the condition, and again, as Sky was saying, don't want to set the standards too high. right here in the beginning, and I think the conditions are just going to get better, so the judges are going to want to reward definitely high performances, but kind of keep it at a level that allows for some advancement as this contest goes on.
Exactly, yeah, and I think, as the wind picks up, we're going to see a lot bigger, kind of aerial maneuvers and things of that nature come into play. I think right now, in these light wind conditions, I think we're going to have riders, linking some good turns together, and, I saw Kiahi out there doing 360s earlier and just practicing as we see Luke McGillivray there live on screen. In the beginning of this heat, I believe that the green flag is now up. We are in action here. This is the beginning of this first men's heat.
Heat 1 underway, the 2012 EDP Kitesurf Pro Cascais. If you're just joining us, welcome. The first heat has begun. We're seeing our riders here in the contest area. You see on the RRD kite right there, on his way out, Luke McGillivray, the young South African.
And that looks like, I believe, the rider in red, Sebastian Ribeiro, with that beautiful surf style, pumping, coming off the bottom, throwing it up into the foam, see if he can get one more turn there, and that thing is going to eat him. So, first blood there drawn from the young South African, Luke McGillivray, as we saw Sebastian Ribeiro there setting up, and that looks like the other rider from Brazil, Guilherme Brandão, in the blue jersey, drawing off the bottom. Little foam climb there. Let's see if this thing walls up for him on the inside. Then
trying to work. Now it's not gonna do anything for him. And the conditions again are challenging. They're great to run the contest, but for sure wave selection is going to be super important. As we see Luke coming in on the inside, going backside there, not really able to do anything with that wave on the way in.
I think in these light wind conditions, I think Luke was probably just using that wave to sort of get himself back upwind and into position to get back up into the top of the contest area and gain a little upwind ground there.
As we search around and we wait for the riders to get back into the lineup again, let's take a moment just to be able to look at this overview of the beautiful spot that we have here in Guincho Beach. It's just a fantastic venue to be able to watch the action, and as we move back to our action cam now, it looks like we have Sebastian out there in the back trying to see if he can line up this one to come in on the inside.
So he's sort of fading and trying to get upwind to get onto this little peak, and looks like that's not quite what he was looking for. So again, these riders are able to be scored on 15 waves during their heat. So what counts as a scoring ride is when a rider actually engages in a bottom turn and actually does a bottom turn and engages in a top turn. That is then the beginning of their wave. So that's when the judges will begin scoring them and actually count it as a scoring wave. So we see the rider in red here, Sebastian Ribeiro. He's going to have a look at this one. So drawing off the bottom, looks like losing a little bit of power from his kite there. Nice little layback snap. See if he can come off the bottom. Beautiful arcing cut back there. And staying really tight to the face.
Blowing his fins out the top there.
So some great surfing there and great style.
Linking three solid turns together. And, for a lot of these guys, and even in these early rounds, as the conditions are a little, we're still waiting for them to really ramp up. It's important for these guys to get a wave score or two under their belt.
Exactly, yeah, and it looks like we have some scores dropping already for Sebastian. Looks like he's currently in the lead with an 8.34 heat score total. So he's now locked in two scores, a 4.67 and a 3.67. And I'm sure he'll be looking to improve on those scores as we see Guilherme Brandão out the back in the blue jersey, snapping that one up into the foam. Let's see if this thing's going to wall up for him on the inside.
Setting himself up. Looks like he's got a wall. Nice bottom turn.
Huge turn there. Nice little snap. And that thing's probably going to run away from him.
But setting himself up well, again, as in the beginning of any of these events, trying to get the first couple of waves out and going and under their belts for sure is going to help calm the nerves of these guys and kind of help set the tone for the rest of the heat. And as we're coming up now upon closer to about 10 minutes left in the heat, these guys are getting a bit more comfortable out there and getting a few turns in on these waves, and for sure we'll start to go for it a little bit more as this heat continues to click down.
Exactly. So the current situation has Sebastian Ribeiro in the lead And looks like that last score dropping from Sebastian, that one where we saw him get 3 turns, is a 7. So a great score there.
Highest wave score of the contest of this heat so far, as we see Luke McGilloway, South African youngster, trying to milk something out of this inside reform, but not sure it's going to be a high-scoring wave for him.
So interesting strategy there from Luke. Luke, of course, is a goofy foot coming up against the 2 regular foot Brazilians in this heat. Luke opting to ride left, so we heard in our judges meeting, riders meeting just the other day, that judges will be scoring higher for riders actually doing maneuvers downwind, so going right, as that kind of adds a little bit higher degree of difficulty in these side onshore conditions. But nonetheless, Luke milking that little left there.
We got a pole dancer. We got a pole dancer there in the background.
Looks like we got a windsurfer there, hopefully out of the competition area.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be messing with the local beach marshals here. They're going to take a slingshot out and get that guy, rip some holes in that guy's sail to get him out of there.
I know we got a jet ski there out the back, and I think he's kind of
he's roaming around clubbing people out not supposed to be in the water.
Herding windsurfers out of the area.
Luckily, there's only one, which might be the only one left, actually. But as we look back at the time we have for our heat, we're running up just at about 8 minutes left in this heat. Again, we're looking at Sebastian. Actually, is this Luke coming in on a... Yeah, looks like it's Luke that we got on the way, but looks like he's going to let that one pass. He's got a different idea of what he wants to do, and Geely looks like he's even further upwind. And as we said before, we were kind of looking at the overview of this venue. The riders are going to kind of want to start pretty high in the contest zone, especially in these onshore wind conditions, to be able to milk as much as they can in the contest zone.
Yeah, and if I know anything about Geely and his competition strategy in the past, he really likes to pick the good waves, and he's really selective with the waves he gets. So he's not the kind of rider that just goes out there and goes crazy right off the bat. He really bides his time and waits for the good sets to roll through and tries to pick off the waves that are going to offer the scoring potential that he's looking for, that are going to get him the scores and get him the heat win. So it looks like these riders just kind of hanging out the back and waiting for these sets to roll through. And that bank setting up super nicely, as you can see those nice lines rolling in off the Atlantic Ocean here in beautiful Cascais.
You can see our event site there on the beach side. Right by the tents is where all the riders are pumping up all of their gear, making sure their lines are laid out correctly, getting ready to go out. Because really the time goes by pretty quickly as we're nearing about 5 minutes left in this heat. And with a 5-minute transition time, it definitely is. It goes by quick. And that wave selection for these guys, especially it looks like there's not a lot of high quality waves rolling in, so that time starts to click down pretty quickly. So you can be selective, but definitely it's one of those things where you can wait your turn for a wave you think is going to be scored high. But if, as of right now, with only little under 6 minutes left, each rider only has 3 scored waves.
Yeah, I mean, and Sebastian, did really well to lock in that 7-point ride earlier. That was just great wave selection from him. We haven't seen many waves walling up through the inside like that, but looks like Sebastian, speaking of him, has got another one.
Oh,
huge
nice.
hack there.
Couldn't quite hold on to that. Looks like his nose bit it on the transition there on the way back in, and couldn't hold down that snap. But as we switch to the inside quickly with Geely trying to pick off a little reform on the inside, he's going to try to milk that into the beach.
So let's see, maybe a little, no, he's going to kick out of that one. I thought maybe he'd go for a little air reverse to finish that off on the inside. But again, pretty light wind. I think these guys are on 10 and 11 meter kites out there. And they're obviously making it work, able to stay upwind and stay into the contest zone. So we probably got about 18 knots out there at the moment. And situation at the moment still has Sebastian Ribeiro in the lead. I think we probably missed possibly the first turn or two of Geely's last wave. So we'll wait to see what kind of score he locks in for that as we watch the young South African pumping up the line here with a series of cutbacks, and let's see if he can do a little air, a little hack off the whitewater there.
It's hard conditions here too. You have to make a decision because of the onshore. You're actually able to really ride front side, kind of upwind a little bit, and you can kind of fake it. And you can fake that that front side action going upwind, and so it's any onshore wind condition, you know, it's fairly interesting to be able to see what the strategies are of you know, whether a guy chooses to ride sort of a back and forth style motion or tries to stick with the backside or stick with the front side riding.
Exactly. So you know, Luke opting to ride most of his waves looks like upwind, and you know, it could be a good strategy in this light wind because it's keeping him up into the contest area. It looks like he's got a fairly small kite there, so not sure if maybe he's a little bit underpowered and he's opting to ride upwind on some of these waves. But
yeah, the upwind, the only downside for the upwind riding is it kind of limits the amount of power and fluidity that you can have on the wave, which for sure is something that our judges are going to be looking for in their scores. As Luke again turns back in kind of as an upwind, trying to connect that down into a downwind turn.
So that was a nice little fading maneuver, kind of faded up to the peak, and that one's not quite what Luke's looking for, so hopefully he'll have time to get out the back and lock in some bigger scores. Just under 4 minutes remaining in this round 1 heat. If you're just joining us, this is day 3 of the EDP Kitesurf Pro Cascais. This is the first heat of the competition. We've been waiting for wind for 3 days now, and looks like Sebastian Ribeiro once again.
Gonna try to make that section. Nice. Able to pull through that off the back right before the blip throws over him. He's able to come off the top there. A good 2-turn wave. Not as good as his 7 that we saw earlier, but definitely a solid wave for what's been happening in this heat.
Absolutely, yeah, that was a great little wave there from Sebastian. And basically right now, you know, he knows he's sitting pretty with that 7 and that 4.67. So Gili is currently needing a 7.5. So Gili is out the back, knowing that he needs a pretty big score to overtake Sebastian in this heat. So I think Sebastian, you know, feeling pretty relaxed with those 2 scores in his pocket at the moment, and he'll be looking to improve on that 4.67 to secure his spot moving into the next round. So,
Sky, how important is it, do you think, when to come out of the first round with that first place victory? It's a pretty important piece, don't you believe, with especially the first event of the year?
Absolutely, yeah. You know, I mean, we've had a long off season, and everyone's kind of been, you know, gone back home and trained, and this is really your first heat is kind of your test coming back up against everyone, and it's just a way to build momentum. You know, I mean, there are no losers in this round. The first place winner of this first heat just passes into the 3rd round. So you do have a second chance, but you know, nothing replaces that feeling of winning and building your momentum.
Sorry to interrupt, Sky. Gili looks like he's on a wave that he's been looking for. If he can just get the power out of his kite to be able to connect back into the section, looks like he's able to. Down into the flats, trying to make that bottom turn to get back in the critical point. Just trying to get as much power out of that kite.
And you see that wave
just
just bowling up through the inside and the inside bank, and he did really well to make it around that section. We saw his line slacking there. And
with under a minute left, that was just about as good as Gili could have wished for within the last minute there. His patience paid off. We'll wait to see what that score was. I doubt it's going to be good enough to overtake Sebastian for the lead, but for sure that was one of the better waves that Gili was on that Brenda was on for the heat.
Absolutely. So and we also saw Sebastian right behind Gili there, finishing off a wave. And we're going to wait and see what the judges have to say about that last exchange between the 2 Brazilians. And
under 10 seconds left in the heat.
Just counting down the final seconds here in this men's round 1 heat. We'd like to go ahead and take this opportunity to thank our supporting industry members. We'd like to say a huge shout out to Underground Kiteboarding, Nash Kiteboarding, North Kiteboarding, Best Kiteboarding, Cabrina, Ozone, and F1. And we see Luke McGillivray coming in our overview cam there of beautiful Cascais, Gincho Beach. And I believe we have Christine Berza standing by, so we will try to get to an interview with her shortly. In the meantime, we can take in the beautiful view here of Gincho Beach.
Yeah, again, we're in a transition period for the moment. We have, again, as we were talking before, it's a 15-minute heat, 15 scored waves. Your 2 best waves count. And that last wave by Sebastian, actually, I think we might have missed a few of the turns just based on our action cam following Geely, but that came in as a 7.2, which even outscores his previous best in that heat, which was a 7. So it gives him a combined wave score of the heat of 14.2, taking that one relatively easily from Brandau and from McGillivray.
Yeah, and Sebastian, he's super fun to watch. He's just got that really fluid, flowing style, and just looks like he's surfing. He's staying high on the face, and did really well to sort of keep tension in his lines and keep his kite from slacking and falling in these light winds, and was able to link together some great turns and got a huge heat score total of 14.2. So I believe we do have Christine Böse standing by with our local wild card, Gonzalo Gomez. So we are going to transition down to Christine, who is standing by at the competition site. Take it away, Christine.
Thank you, Sky. Well, yes, I am here with Gonzalo Gomes, who is our Portuguese tour rider this year, and obviously, well, also Portugal, this being your, well, not quite home spot, but a spot that you ride a lot, so you're very familiar with the conditions. Tell us a little bit about the spot and the conditions that we have right now. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think the conditions are good for the event. We have a little bit on shore, so it's more difficult, but that guys are pros, and we hope to see some show right now. I hope my it's in a few seconds, and I hope going well.
Not quite in a few seconds. You're going to be in heat number 5.
Yeah, 1 hour now.
So who are you going to be in a heat against, and what's your goal for that heat?
With Mauricio and a French guy that I can't pronounce his name, but yeah, and they are very good. One in the finish last year in 4th place, I think, in the other 9th, I think. With the luck, it's in my side. I don't know. And I hope it will be good.
Well, you're joined here by 2 other Portuguese male riders, by Nuno and by Paulino, both riders that we saw on the tour last year. You are joining the KSP new this year, but you're actually going to be representing Portugal on the whole season. Which is the event that you're looking forward to the most?
Mauritius, I think. Yeah, because the left and I'm goofy. And I hope, and I saw last year online, here we do, and I love it. That left, it's incredible.
Okay, we're looking all forward to that. But good luck for this event here for now. Guincho Beach, and second heat is going to start soon. So good luck, Gonzalo. Good luck for the next heat.
All right, thanks a lot, Christine. There, getting that interview with our local wild card there, Gonzalo Gomez. Great to hear from him. He'll be coming up a little later on this afternoon. And
we go back to our action cam. You can see the babes are out, frolicking in the shore break.
I took a little stroll down there on the beach earlier to pump up my kite and get ready for my heat.
Yeah.
And a lot of people down there hanging out and enjoying the sunshine, and just enjoying this beautiful day on the beach. It's nice and warm down there. We've got a nice little breeze filling in, and we're going to get the second heat underway soon. So if you're just joining us, this is day 3 of the EDP Kite Surf Pro here in Cascais, Guincho Beach,
I'm Ben Meyer. This is Sky Solbach. Again, we'll be here as your main event all week. Well, actually not the main event. The main event will be happening on the water behind us.
We'll be the peanut gallery for the main event.
Yeah, we'll be causing trouble in the background and hopefully giving you a few sound bites you can listen to. And actually, as we're talking right now, let's switch over to our action cam. I believe we've started heat number 2. And
we've got green flag up, so this is Keahi de Aboides, I believe he says he pronounced his name. And he's got a beautiful little insider, boom, snapping it up into the lip and riding out cleanly from that. So that's going to be a great opening wave for
It's great to watch Keahi. He's so oh, we have a kite down. Who's that? Does that look like for sure one of the 3 competitors? I can't quite see the...
That looks like Pedro Enrique, I believe. I recognize that Cabo.
Yep, it's the new Cabo.
And it looks like we've got the other Brazilian, Felipe Ferreira.
In the blue lycra, trying to hit that inside one, but wasn't able to to pick the proper one compared to Kiahi. Kiahi looked like his first wave was a great selection, and when you watch his riding style, he rides so compact and strong and powerful that he's able to sort of make that vertical top turn so quickly to be able to snap off the top and get right back down into a powerful position to link that bottom turn back in and get himself in the position to link those turns together.
Yeah, we saw an interview earlier today with Kiahi, and he was talking a little bit about where he spent his winter. He was out in Hawaii for about 3 months this winter, and I got the chance to actually ride with Kiahi quite a bit, and it was great to see, you know, some of the moves he's throwing, and you know, I know he just came on his way here. He went to Dubai. He talked about that a little bit more this morning, and actually got to kite in the wave pool.
In the wave pool, yeah. This is a bit different than the wave pool for sure, but he's making it look easy so far. Again, we're only a minute and a half into this heat number 2, still awaiting scores from that first wave of Kiahi. But again, Kiahi de Abotis is in the red lycra right here on the wave, setting himself up.
So he's already sort of locking into his second scoring wave here, and a nice little reverse, sliding reverse there from Kiahi, and we'll see if he can link this one through to the inside and get another little hit on this closeout section.
A nice little air reverse.
Nice little air there, throwing the fins out the back.
A little bit, used the kite a little bit on that one, was more powered by the kite than the wave on that one, but it won't score as high as using the power of the lip, but based on the size of that wave and what he had to work with there, it's definitely going to score higher than just sort of riding that back to the inside.
Yeah, and Kiahi, of course, is a pretty seasoned competitor, even at the young age of 18 years old. He competes on the SUP Tour. He's done a lot of competing in kiting. He was the champion of the Peak Area Wave Tour last year. They had 2 events, and he managed to take the title for that. So no stranger to competition, and knows that he's still got just under 13 minutes remaining in this heat. He's already locked in 2 scoring rides. So
the first wave out of the box for Kiahi looks like a 7.83, which is the highest scoring wave we've seen so far, beating our first round score of a 7.2 and by Sebastian Rivera, exactly. And so right out the box at 7.83, it's a super tough heat. Again, just to let you know the lycra colors, in blue we have Felipe Ferreira from Brazil, red Kiahi de Abotis from Australia, white Pedro Henrique from Brazil. Again, a strong heat that has all 3 riders capable of, in my opinion, going all the way and challenging for the title of this event.
Absolutely. I mean, we also saw a little interview with Pedro Henrique earlier, and Pedro, of course, was the 2000 ASP World Junior Surfing Champion. He was a WCT Top 44 competitor in 2006, and he was Brazilian champion of surfing in 2008. So he's been competing for a very long time. And as we see the rider in blue here, Felipe Ferreira, snapping that one up into the lip.
Laying back on that snap a little bit, trying to get himself in better position to set himself up for another bottom turn. Looks like that wave's not quite walling up like he wants it to, but he's going to see what happens here on the inside.
So it looks like he's going to have a nice little section to bang it up into.
Saw some fins breaking out of the water there.
So
again, doing what he can with what he has to offer him. It's again, challenging conditions out there. It's a little bit onshore wind, so riders are really having to set themselves up in onshore wind conditions. It's more difficult to stay exactly in the pocket of the wave, so you almost have to ride a bit above where you think that critical section is going to arrive. And because as you drop into the wave and have the kite kind of bring you towards the proper position, you're going to be looking down the line a little bit to set yourself up, as you see Kiahi do that just here.
So it looks like Kiahi locking into his 3rd ride here, and just kind of setting this one up, see what this section's going to offer.
A little air.
Blowing the fins out, nice little air, and did really well to keep centered over his board there, and throwing another little fins-free little tail waft there on the inside. So Kiahi's looking really relaxed out there, and
he's got a sizable lead, as we see Pedro Henrique on the inside here in the white, trying to set this one up. It looks like the waves, maybe on this double up here, is gonna do something for him. We'll just have to see, but it a definitely not the high scoring wave that he's gonna need to be able to overtake Kiahi in this round, as we go under 10 minutes left in this heat. So far we have Kiahi de Boutis in the red at a 12.5, way out in front of
Looks
Pedro.
like we got live action here again.
Oh.
Kiahi going for a big reverse, and I don't think he's going to run out of that one.
Not pulling out of that one. But you can see just sort of like the no hold barred attitude that Kiahi has. He's an exciting kid to watch. It just makes this whole heat and contest super fun to watch these guys.
And it looks like Felipe doing well to hang on in that turn, but that's going to be a one-hit wonder for him. And Kiahi currently sitting in the lead with a 12.5 heat score total. So
he's got a 2-wave score that with beating his next, I think Pedro, or is it Felipe now in second place, with a combined wave score of a 5.3. So he's got a 7-point lead. I think Felipe needs somewhere in the upper sixes range, right, to be able to overtake that.
Looks like Felipe Ferreira currently needing an 8.83 to overtake the lead from Kiahi. So almost possibly a little bit of a combination situation there developing for Felipe. Either he's going to need one huge wave score or a combined score of 2 high-scoring waves. So we'll wait to see how that unfolds. But Kiahi did really well. I mean, to lock in that 7.83 and that 4.67, and I believe there's still going to be another couple of scores locked in for him.
Yeah,
shortly.
we're not even halfway through this heat yet. But definitely you can kind of tell, even though Kiahi's so young in age, you can kind of tell a bit of the kite surf experience and contest perhaps showing through in the being able to work out the jitters compared to the 2 Brazilians in this heat.
So it looks like Felipe here, beautiful little bowling insider there. You can see
struggling with the kite power. It looks like it might have gone down on the inside there. Yep. Able to get that back up and riding, but you can see that the guys on the inside especially, and as you look behind us as Kiahi sets himself up for one on the inside, he's going to try to avoid the competitors inside who perhaps are in front of him or have gone down.
So a little bit of a smaller wave here for Kiahi. I'm sure he's going to be looking to do something crazy like a big air, throwing the air reverse.
Landing in the flats, standing up, being able to do that with the wind conditions that they are. And Kiahi's not trying that. Almost looked like a 360 shove it body varial.
Yeah, going for the little 360 varial with the board and the 180 degree turn there with his body. And I think as the wind picks up, we're going to see him and others start to do some crazy stuff there in that closeout section by the beach.
It's like a little. You have some outside breakers for sure, but the inside kind of turns into a little skate park, which is really cool to watch as they're sort of milking out those reforms. For sure, we're going to see a lot of shove-its and some air reverses and some great aerial maneuvers there on the inside.
Yeah, and it's, as we mentioned before, it's a really fun wave. It's almost kind of like a little rip bowl the way it works. You've got kind of that main rip pulling out in the center of the beach there, and I think Kiahi's going to go do a little 360 here.
Oh.
I think he was going for that 540 that we were talking about
Landed
earlier.
fins first. Yeah, he rides out of it, but he didn't land that one too smooth. So I'm not sure. I'm not even sure how the judges are going to score that, if at all.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's going to factor into his, obviously not into his highest scoring ride, but there we see Felipe Ferreira going for the little reverse, coming out of it. Beautiful flowing maneuver there.
Carving 360.
Carving 360, and that's going to be a 1 maneuver wave. So
yeah, again, it'll score, but it'll score higher than if he didn't do it. But I don't think that wave quality compared to what we've seen Kiahi already pull out in this heat is going to be enough to overtake. But I mean, even in that battle for the second place is important in your placement moving on in the second round.
So it looks like Pedro Henrique there. This is a nice little wave from Pedro. Let's see if he can keep that kite flying in tension in those lines and link this thing through to the inside, off the bottom. Nice little snap off the top there. This thing bowling on the inside, see if he can hit that closeout. That's not quite going to do it for him, but that is going to be probably his best scoring wave so far of this heat. So we will wait to see
this
what the judges think of that. But going back to the wave, we have a lot of current sort of pulling out into that peak, and really helps that wave stand up. A bit choppy on the outside and then bowling through the inside. Felipe Ferreira hooking onto another one, Ben.
Nice little bowl on the inside, but wasn't quite able to get in proper position before it just dumped over on him. He's going to ride that whitewash to the inside, try to reposition himself up there, close to that rock outcropping, and get back out into the line.
So great setup here, as you can see. Some riders up in the staging area, upwind of the competition zone. And no shortage of sets pouring into the bay here at Gincho. And really fun, playful, rippable conditions out there at the moment.
As Kiahi turns on one, we'll see if he's just trying to get himself in good position, or if this one's going to wall up on him on the inside. Looks like it's got a chance.
So it looks like he's going to throw that one up, little foam climb to tail blow out there. And he's going to sort of stall and throw a little reverse here. And
didn't quite slide it all the way around for that 3.
He's pretty much just playing around,
Yeah,
having fun. You know, he knows he's got some good scores on the board, and he's just having a good time and warming up.
Yeah, and it really helps for sure, at least in the first heats and in the first round here, to be able to know that you have a few good wave scores and you can kind of relax a little bit. And it actually probably kind of helps your overall contest outlook and mentality, as we see a nice little off the lip there by Pedro.
So you can really see that surf influence in Pedro's riding there.
Very powerful. He's the body positioning there on that vertical climb up the wave face just helps set him up for such a powerful backside snap there.
Unfortunately, it looks like he didn't quite have enough power in his kite to link that one through to the inside of the ski. Felipe Ferreira stalling, waiting for this thing to bowl up on him and snapping that one up into the lip. Let's see if he can get this little closeout section and just kind of playing it safe on that one and trying to improve his situation in this heat. So if you're just joining us, this is round 1, heat 2. This is the 3rd day of the waiting period here in Cascais.
This is the EDP 2012 Kite Surf Pro. It's the first event of the year. We're in the second heat of the year. Oh, as we see a nice little off the top by Pedro there, back into the wave. Let's see if this not able to stay with it and see what the reform does on the inside.
So it looks like Pedro is struggling a little bit there to keep his kite up, as we see Kiahi, the rider from Australia in the red jersey. He's got a nice little insider here.
Getting his kite in the proper position, trying to set up for this little reform on the inside. Nice little...
He's going to do a nice little cut back there and wait for his closeout section. Let's see what he's got.
Try to throw an air.
Nice air there from Kiahi.
Little frontside air, wasn't able to hold that one together and ride out of it. But you can kind of see how Kiahi's trying to set up his performances. He's linking a couple of really great turns in the beginning and setting himself up for that kind of end of wave aerial, which has been kind of the standard here in the kite surfing contests in the last year or so.
So non-stop action as we see Felipe Ferreira, a beautiful arcing turn there, cutting all the way back into the critical section.
Very smooth.
And this is going to be a great score here from Felipe, losing his rail there for a minute and throwing that one up into the foam ball. And let's see.
Felipe holding up only a 0.03 point lead as we see Kiahi do a big backside air back into the flats there, using his kite a little bit to be able to get up on top there, but impressive nonetheless. And as we look at Felipe's, again, his second place, I'm sorry, he's in second place by 0.03 over Pedro Enrique, holding down that 3rd place spot. Those two look like they're going to be jockeying for that 2nd and 3rd in the last minute here. So if one of those guys can get one wave to roll through, they should be able to improve their positions. As we see Pedro turn on one here, it looks like it's going to be setting up good.
So it looks like Pedro Henrique here drawing off the bottom. Let's see if he can keep tension in his lines. Looks like he's got a great looking wave here, Ben. This thing bowling up through the inside.
Oh, no.
And he's dropping his kite. And unfortunately, that was not quite what Pedro was looking for. So counting down the final seconds of this heat, it looks like Kiahi de Aboites is going to steal the show in this one. And he's going to be stoked, no doubt, to take out that first heat win.
But Pedro really going for it on that final wave there. I mean, he knew that he had to come out with something nice and special in order to be able to throw that one, you know, as a heat score or a wave score high enough to be able to even come close to Kiahi. I think he might have been able to do it to be able to perhaps beat out his countryman Felipe Ferreira for 2nd place. But we'll wait to see, as we have 30 seconds left in this heat.
All right, I think the red flag is up, and that is the end of this heat, Ben. And I believe we do have Christine Boza is standing by down on the beach with the winner of that last men's heat. That would be Sebastian Ribeiro. So we are going to throw it down to you, Christine. Christine, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I am standing here with our very first heat winner of the EDP Cascais Kitesurf Pro 2012. Sebastian, congratulations. Well done. I was watching your heat. You were ripping some awesome smacks. The conditions, I think the wind is still a little light, but tell us, did you enjoy it out there?
No, the wind's good for a 10. You have power, and it's a little bit onshore, and the wave's good. Have a good ride here to many turns, and yeah, it's good.
Well, you did make it look good. You were out there riding against Gilly and Luke. Gilly, obviously Brazilian also, so it was a Brazilian battle between the two of you. Is that the first time you've been riding against Gilly, or is that a normal thing?
No, it's not normal. Gilly is the world champion, and always hard to compete with him. And yeah, let's go to the next heat and come the other riders.
That's true. So Gilly, he is a 3-time wave world champion. You are really quite new on the tour. We saw you last year. You were the best up-and-comer in Peru. We saw you ripping in Cabo Verde. You actually received the KSP wildcard for this year's tour. Welcome from that side. And now, obviously, the young and up-and-coming rider competing against the 3-time world champion. How is that for you in Brazil? Is there support for you? Is the media still focused on Gilly, and is it a hard competition for you?
Yeah, Gilly always helped me with the training and a lot of things with the kiting. So Gilly have a lot of things to pass for me about the events, the world champion, and yeah, it's this. Just let's go to the next heat and
well, good luck with that, and really nice to hear that Gilly is supporting you and supporting the new talents coming out of his country. So good luck for you, good luck for Brazil in general, and I can't wait to see you next heat. Thanks, Sebastian, and back to Sky and Ben.
So we heard from that heat winner, Sebastian Ribeiro, of that first men's heat. Really interesting to hear Sebastian talk about his relationship with Guilherme Brandão there. Those guys, of course, really good buddies and riding together a lot in Brazil, and now here competing together on the KSP World Tour. So Sebastian, of course, won the award last year in Peru for KSP Best Up-and-Comer, so really promising talent there. And as we saw, which was evidenced in that last heat, you know, he was ripping out there, and I'm sure we're going to see him go really far in this competition.
Yeah, yeah, and we're through the first 2 heats. Heat number 3 setting up to be another good one. Those first 2, again, sort of going over the results of that heat number 2. We had Kiahi Davutis coming out with that with a combined wave score of 13.16, kind of taking control from that very first wave and really never looking back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he just kind of did really well to hook into that first big score, and I think he knew that he got a good wave score for that one, and then he just worked on getting a backup, and then just stayed busy and was having fun out there. I think this is his first time actually kiting in Guincho on this trip. I think he was here before in the past, but he's been surfing the last few days, and this is our first day of wind since he's been here. So I'm sure he's just looking for a warm up and getting used to the conditions, and he's the type of rider that can kind of show up anywhere and just right out of the box, just go out there and rip and make it work. So we are staging for our heat number 3 of round 1. If you're just joining us, this is the EDP Kitesurf Pro Cascais 2012. This is the first of a 4-event World Tour series this year on the KSP World Tour.
Let's step away just for 1 second as we hear a word from our event sponsors.
Right, we are back live, and this is Lee Harvey, and this is the opening wave of heat number 3, round 1. Lee Harvey from the UK snapping it up there into that one, and that's going to be a great first score for Lee right out of the box.
Heat number 3 shaping up in the blue. We have Juan Pablo Divan from Chile. In red, we have Lee Harvey, as we just saw catch that first wave from the UK. In white, we have Mark Moore from Canada. And these three, it's a sort of a battle of guys who are trying to make a name for themselves here on the first year of the KSP. And what better way to do that than come out the box with a first heat and some wave scores to really kind of open the eyes of the judges and really be able to impress some of the riders that are watching and seeing everyone's trying to look and see who they're going to have next when the next heats are and the first round is all over and done with. So it's a good chance for these guys to sort of make a name for themselves right away.
Yeah, for sure, and it's a great way for these guys to get their names out there. And we saw Lee Harvey and Juan Pablo both, actually all three of these riders were on tour last year. Juan Pablo and Lee did all of the events, and Mark Moore came down to our event we had in Peru, and I know he was really stoked to get the opportunity to come on tour again this year, as we see Mark Moore there locking into his first wave of this heat. Mark Moore from Canada throwing that one up there, nice little turn there in the pocket on the inside, getting a little bit far out in front of the wave here, and I think he was just gonna kick out.
It would have been a bit too far if he was going to set up for a bottom turn to be able to count that really as using the wave power, but it looks as if he just was sort of going to skip it and go back out the other way and get back into the lineup and try to set himself up for perhaps a better set that's for the next wave.
Yeah, so you can see that little strip of white water there, and looks like Lee is staging out the back there. A really defined peak here. The tide is starting to drop, which is really good for the setup here in Guincho. And what a beautiful backdrop! Looking at those cliffs to the north, really scenic, beautiful part of the world. If you have never been to Portugal before, come check it out. Visit Cascais, where we are here. It's a beautiful bit of coastline. And we see the rider there on his backhand,
Juan Pablo Divan, trying to do a nice little backside snap there, but kind of popped out the back of the wave there. Didn't get to see what that first part of the wave was, but he was pretty far on the inside, so I doubt it'd be a very high-scoring wave for Juan Pablo.
Yeah, so Juan Pablo from Chile, and he rides at a place down there called Matanzas, which is a barreling left-hander, cold water, and this probably seems pretty tropical coming from Chile.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. I mean, they don't call it Chile for no reason, It's pretty chilly down there.
That's for sure. Well, these guys, water temp out here, probably mid-60s or so, I would say. These riders wearing full suits, 4.3s.
If you speak Fahrenheit, if you speak Celsius, you're probably more in the 17 to 20 range.
Yeah, coming from America, I don't speak Celsius.
Again, we need John Modic up here with his help for U.S.-based education. If you see Lee on the inside there, that little foam ball is kind of chasing him. I don't think he's going to be able to set it up until a little bit further on the inside. We'll see what the wave brings as he loops his kite down to try to get him in proper position, but it looks like he is going to be able to make that little section have a nice little snap off the top there.
And let's see if he can
pumping it, trying to get
to this last section and throwing it off the top there, and that's going to be
it's not bad for what we've seen in this heat so far. So there's pretty much nothing else he could have done with that wave.
Yeah, I mean, again, these riders trying to pick off the waves that are going to offer the most scoring potential, and Lee did really well to hook into two fairly good, probably mid-range scores. We'll wait to see those scores drop from the judges, but.
Right now, currently sitting second place, but only with one wave scored. So I would imagine that as soon as we see the score for that second wave, that he'll jump up above Mark Moore, who's currently sitting in first place with a combined wave score of 5.
So as we see Mark Moore there out the back,
he's probably trying to set himself up right here for the one behind it. Looks like he's got some size on it.
So it looks like he is going to hook onto this wave, and this one should be pretty good as it hits that inside bank and starts bowling, and a series of cutbacks there, and just sort of waiting and biding his time, waiting for this thing to wall up. Another little snap there, and he's going to have to get busy here on the inside and hitting that little closeout section, and that thing is going to close out on him. So Mark Moore just trying to get a couple of good scores under his belt and get his position in this heat, and hopefully build momentum into the final minutes.
And it's interesting to start seeing the differences between the riders out there, as we saw in Kite Davitis's heat a bit earlier. He was able to position himself to to have a little bit more versatility and variety as that wave kind of reforms on the inside, where as some of the other riders are trying hard to link turns and put one snap next to another and kind of keep that carving motion. With Kiahi, for example, he was able to do that same thing with the first couple of turns on the wave, but then set himself up for a cool little air on the end to sort of put his stamp on the wave and up his overall wave score there.
Yeah, and our judges, of course, looking for things like speed, power, flow, and commitment, but also looking for the variety of major maneuvers. So, if you're getting onto a wave and you're doing the same turn over and over, that's not going to do much to improve your situation. However, if you link, turns with airs and progressive surfing and blowing the fins out the back and kind of have a bit of variety in your surfing, that is, of course, what the judges are looking for. And, hooking into a wave and doing a huge move on your first turn and then linking a series of other turns and then doing another major maneuver to end the wave, you're going to be looking at an excellent score. So once again, if you're just joining us, this is Heat 3 of men's round 1 here at the 2012 EDP Kitesurf Pro Cascais. In this heat currently from Chile, Juan Pablo Diban in the blue jersey, Lee Harvey from the UK in the red, and in the white, Mark Moore from Canada. The situation at the moment, just about 8 minutes remaining in this heat, and currently Lee Harvey sitting in the lead with a 4 and a 4.4. So Mark Moore from Canada will be looking to play catch-up, currently needing a 4.87 to overtake the lead from Lee.
And as we thought, these second wave score put him back into the lead again, setting himself up to not have a huge lead, but he has two waves as we see him come in on the inside here and try to link another one together as he does a little bit of a float off of that white water, but decides better of continuing on onto the inside of that wave as he either saw something better coming in or felt that that one wasn't going to be a good enough selection to have him score higher.
And a rider we haven't seen too much of in this heat so far, Juan Pablo Diban. Can tell from his body language there that was not quite what he was looking for on that wave, so he's going to make his way out the back and hopefully find something that's going to offer a little bit more scoring potential. So Juan Pablo was on tour last year, and he charged some huge waves at our opening inaugural event in Mauritius. And typically, I think riding more lefts and not really riding that many rights coming from Chile, which is the land of lefts. So kind of some new challenging conditions for him here in Portugal, but we saw him in the free surf sessions last week, ripping, and hopefully he's going to be able to find what he's looking for out there.
Yeah, it looks like the wind is staying about how it has been for the last hour or so. We definitely were hoping for it to keep picking up. It looks like it's staying about the same, maybe a little bit more windy out there. The waves are definitely they're sticking around for us. They're holding up, and as we see Lee Harvey on the inside again, trying to get himself in the proper position. Looks like he's going to be able to link another turn together in here if he can get his kite together. Or I'm sorry, the power of his kite in the right position.
And it looks like he's doing really well to negotiate that chop on the outside and nice little snap on that inside bowl, see if he can hold it together. So that's going to be probably not his highest scoring wave, but may improve his situation and push him even farther into the lead of this men's round 1 heat 3.
Mark Moore, again pulling into one. Looks like that one's going to crap out on him a little bit until the reform on the inside as he sets himself up.
So he's going to be looking for a major move here.
Not quite going to be able to get back in there before that lip kind of explodes on him and knocks him off his board.
So again, slightly challenging conditions. These riders are on about 10-meter kites, and we're looking at about 18 knots of wind. However, with that side onshore breeze, it is a bit of a challenge to keep that tension in your lines. But Lee Harvey there from the UK in the red jersey doing well to make it work. And switching back to our overview cam here, beautiful beach here at Guincho. We've got a lot of people down there hanging out in the sponsor tents, having a coffee, checking out the action, and we've got a DJ down there.
DJ down there, some hotties on the beach wandering around. Hopefully we can convince our action cam guy to spot out a couple of ladies who are walking around with their guys as we move back to the heat action right here.
That looks like Juan Pablo Diban from Chile looking to do a little hack going upwind.
Not sure he's going to ride out of that one.
Looks like...
nope, got him. And that's the hard part too about trying to go upwind, trying to go left. If you don't quite make that turn, that you really don't have any kite power to be able to pull you out of that mess as the wave is actually really pushing towards you. Towards the shore. And if that's the same direction that your kite's going and you're being pushed by the wave, it's almost impossible to keep that kite in the air with enough power if that wave sort of gives out and isn't propelling you forward. It's pretty difficult to keep that kite in the air. As you saw happen in that situation, he kind of just lost power and fell out the back of the wave because his kite stopped. His lines went slack. His kite stopped pulling him.
So it looks like we got live action out the back. Lee Harvey, and let's see if he can get around this section. He's going to try to snap it up into this one. And I think that is not going to quite work. That's not quite what he was looking for. But yeah, again, just going back to kiting, if you compare it to surfing, where you're just solely using the power of the wave to push you forward, these riders, of course, doing the same thing. And it looks like Lee's he's just going to kick out of that one. So, also with kiting, you're using both the power of the wave and the power of the kite. So you're having to sort of keep tension in your lines and keep your kite moving in order to sort of keep up. The wave is pushing towards your kite, and you have to kind of keep tension in your lines and use the power of the kite as well. So beautiful backdrop there.
We saw John Modica warming up for the next heat there, try an upwind 3.
Do you know if he got his gear?
No, he was John Modica, our U.S. rider from Florida, who we saw an interview with the other day. And so we switched back to live action here as we see Mark Moore trying to set up for this one and link into a bottom turn and get in proper position. As this starts to wall up on the inside, it's kind of crumbling, so it's pretty difficult to pick up that exactly the proper positioning until that inside where it walls up quite a bit. So the riders are really trying to position themselves, and hopefully Mark can link one together here. And now he's just going to kick out the back as well. Yeah, so John heard an interview with him yesterday or the day before, I can't remember, but as we see Lee again trying to set himself up.
It's just non-stop action. I don't think you'll ever finish your story about that.
I'll return tomorrow. Tune in tomorrow for the conclusion of our drama. Live drama, KSP. No, he didn't get his gear, and I actually don't think that it showed up today too. So I don't even know. Maybe Kyahi's gear he was using.
Yeah, those guys are both teammates on Cabrina.
Oh, and Mark goes for a sliding. Tried to go into that fin first, but it didn't quite work out for him.
Yeah, so maybe Kyahi was nice enough to lend John a kite and a board, and so he can at least get out there and compete in his heat today. Of course. That round 1 heat, there are no losers, so it is a second chance round. So hopefully, maybe John will get through his heat today, but if not, hopefully his gear is going to show up tonight or tomorrow, and he'll at least have it for his round 2 heat.
Yep. Recapping, we have Lee Harvey in the lead with a combined wave score of 8.4. Mark Moore sneaking in at second place at 6.2. Juan Pablo Divan at 4.33.
And looks like the wave magnet in this heat, Lee Harvey from the UK in that red jersey, just finding a nice little insider here on the inside of that sandbar and going down there.
Oh, kite down as well.
Looks like he's got a kite down on the inside.
He's got a kiter down.
We've got a kiter down on the inside.
Looks like he'll be able to get that up, no problem though.
Was that an Irish accent, man?
No, I think that was Scottish.
Okay.
Although Irish should be the one we're practicing, as that's one of the later tour stops this year. So hopefully by the time that rolls around, we have quite a big break between now and then. Hopefully we can nail down our Irish accents. For sure, I'm going to be able to nail down my Guinness drinking by then.
Oh, you already got that one. I don't think that's much of a problem.
I've been practicing that one for years.
So this is the first of a 4-event World Tour series, of course. This first stop here in beautiful Cascais. We will be going later on this fall to Mauritius and then on to Ireland and finally ending up in Hawaii on the island of Maui for the World Tour finals. So I think, I believe that's going to do it for this heat. We'll just check with our clock here and make sure that we have our times correct. As we see Mark Moore there making his way back to the beach.
Again, if scores hold up, we'd have Lee Harvey in first place. barring any miraculous wave scores that we would have missed in the last 30 seconds there, but I don't think so.
All right, so it looks like that is going to do it for this men's Heat 3. And in the meantime, we do have Christine Berza standing by down on the beach with the winner of that last men's heat, Kiahi de Aboides from Australia. So Christine, we are going to throw it down to you with the interview of Kiahi. Christine, take it away.
Thanks, Guy, and yes, congratulations, Kiahi. Well, I don't want to say we did expect that from you, but actually you had a really tough heat, and everyone was looking forward to that heat. Pedro, Felipe, and you. How did you go into that heat, and how do you feel now that you were actually able to win it?
Yeah, it was a fun heat. It was good to ride with those guys. They both ride really well, and I'm pretty happy with these conditions. I ride these sort of conditions a lot, so I'm used to it. And yeah, I got 2 or 3 good waves, and felt pretty happy with how I did, so couldn't be happier.
Yeah, perfect. Well done, and you definitely made it look like you felt home in those conditions. You told me you got 1 good wave, and then you obviously need to back it up with a couple of other ones. You were telling me that it's probably not all that easy to find those waves you're looking for out there. Well, the riders or the people out there won't really be riding here, but what do you tell all the other riders to look for?
Yeah, for me it's all about just try to get out early before you heat, get out the back and try and look for a set, try and find one that's going to link up to the inside and allow the most scoring potential. And I got pretty lucky, maybe the first 20 seconds of the heat I found a good one and got 3 or 4 good turns, and after then I felt pretty relaxed, got a couple backup waves, and it was good.
Great to hear. Well, I'm sure some of the riders will be able to take a lot of your advice and will probably meet you later on in the contest. Good luck for you for now, and we can't wait to see you in the next heat, or in the next round then. Back to Sky and Ben.
That was great to hear from the winner of that last men's heat, Kiahi de Aboides from Australia. Looking pretty relaxed, talking a little bit about his heat strategy out there. And, you know, his heat strategy in that one was just to, as he said, get out the back early and look for the good waves that are going to offer up that scoring potential that are going to allow him to get the scores. So Kiahi looking pretty relaxed going into the third round.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, he had the highest single wave score. Is that correct? So far of this event, I
believe so. He outdid Sebastian, who was.
I think he had the highest total wave score so far, up in the 14s. But I think Kiahi was very close behind in the 13s range for a wave score.
Yeah, we saw Kiahi throwing some of those progressive new school airs, even with this light wind, which we're definitely going to see come into play a little later in this contest. When we get stronger wind, we're going to see a lot more airs and big turns coming into the mix.
Absolutely, and we're going to step away for a minute for a word from our sponsors, and we'll be back in 1 sec.
Hey guys, my name is Sylvain Orange. I'm also known as Rata. That's how I sign my paintings. I'm the artist who painted Azurias du Mar, which you have right here, first of a series of 4 paintings. So here is the deal. Join Cascais and I in supporting Blue. This painting can be yours. Bid now on charitybuzz.com. See you in the waves.
Welcome back. We are back to live action here at the first stop of the 2012 EDP Kite Surf Pro here in Cascais. We're just gearing up. I think we have a green flag drop in heat number 4. In this heat we have blue, with the blue jersey we have Mitu Monteiro, the Cabo Verdean, who is a legend in surf in this sport, and is coming off a runner-up campaign from last year's 2011 KSP World Tour. In red we have Paulinho Pereira from Portugal. I had a chance to meet Paulinho earlier this year in Italy, actually, and he's gonna be able to bring some local knowledge as we see Mitu hook in on the inside and try to work his way and kind of get through that closing out section, but not quite going to make it. One thing you'll notice about Mitu is he rides very, very powerful and fast. He's a very quick rider, and it doesn't surprise me to see him, it wouldn't surprise me to see him start to take some pretty aggressive moves to try to hit sections that you wouldn't think you were going to make. As we see in the red, Paulinho on the inside here, really just nailing that top section and trying to set himself up for one more hit on the inside. And let's see if he can get around the foam here to get that little reform as he's pumping. One more turn off the foam, it looks like, as we see him on the inside trying to get one more off the top snap there. So a decent opening wave for Paulinho there. Getting at least 4 turns there on the inside. And again, as we said earlier, we saw out the back warming up was John Modica from the US there in the white jersey. So again, to recap, it's Mitu Monteiro in the blue, Paulinho Pereira in the red, John Modica in the white. We are in heat number 4 of the first round here at the 2012 EDP Kite Surf Pro in Cascais. As you can see, the line's starting to roll in. For sure, the swell is holding for us. I'm sure the riders could use just a little bit more wind, as we see Mitu here on the inside, trying to set up and coming back in off the top. Nice. Probably wanted to be a little bit closer to the critical section of that wave, but again, here in the first couple of minutes of this round, they're just trying to get a little bit of riding under their belt and try to score a couple of sort of backup emergency waves just in case the wind gets pretty shifty and pretty light as the heat goes on. As we see John Modica and Mitu on a wide angle there, Mitu on the red Kite on the red F1, and John Modica there on that fluorescent yellow and kind of whitish gray Cabrina, both heading out trying to get themselves in position for the way back in. Hooking around into one, Mitu. Let's see if he wants to ride this one, trying to go backside and set him up for a big carving frontside turn. Let's see if he's going to go that direction or stay backside, or if he's just positioning himself to work himself a bit higher in the lineup, as we said, and get a little bit more directly across from that rock outcropping, as we just saw in the corner of the screen there. Oh, it looked like John Modica trying, didn't quite see it in my frame there, but it looked like he was trying some sort of an air reverse or perhaps a downwind 3, but didn't quite see exactly what it was, but it didn't look like he made it back into the wave. And that's the hard part too about when you're going for those air reverses and airs in general, is a lot of times if your timing's off, or you don't have the kite in the proper position, a lot of times you'll be able to get that air and you'll be able to do that advanced aerial trick, but if you mistime it, you kind of blow out the back of the wave, and you'll miss it, and the wave will kind of go underneath you. And though it might look good, if you don't land it back in the wave, it's not really going to score you very many points. As we see Paulinho Pereira on the inside in the red jersey, setting himself up. Looks like he's going to get set up to have a little crack at this one. If he can get his nice little floater off the top there and back into the critical section before it takes him out. Good on him to get that, to keep that kite with a bit of power. As we see Mitu dropping in, looks like there's going to be a section that sets up on the inside. Can he get there? Not with enough power, unfortunately. As he goes for a little bit of a shifty sliding 360 on the inside, but didn't quite pull that one off in the end part of that wave. As we track out a little bit, I don't know if I saw, there was a white jersey. I'm not sure if that was John that went across the screen there, John Modica, our rider from the US, or if that was someone warming up for their heat. But yeah, conditions look great. Again, the fantastic background that we have there. What a beautiful place for photography, and the scenery here in Portugal is just everywhere you look. You seem to find a new rock formation, what a beautiful place. And again, our title sponsor EDP, who's powered by nature. It's what a perfect fitting as we see Me Too pull into a wave here, and he's going to let that one pass. Didn't like something about that one. But as I was saying, our title sponsor EDP, again, they're a biodiverse company, and all the energies that they sort of are involved in are all with minimal environmental impact. And what a great combination, a great partnership that we've been able to form with them here at the 2012 Kite Surf Pro, in the fact that a lot of wind power, a lot of wind turbine energy that they're involved in kind of matches perfectly the energies that here us as kite surfers and the competitors down there utilize to be able to propel themselves. So what a great and fantastic partnership that we have with those guys. We'd also like to thank our industry sponsor, Best Kiteboarding, releasing a new kite over this stretch of the weekend, the Cabo, which all of their team riders you'll see riding in this event will be on the Cabo kite. We're everyone's interested to see how that's going to perform in these conditions, which have proven to be challenging so far, to be honest. As we see John Modica there in the white jersey getting himself up and going. Wave selection in this heat has seemed to be a difficult one. There's not a lot of waves being ridden, and actually if I look at our scoring, as John turns on one that looks like it's just going to turn into a bunch of foam on him and not really be able to do much with it. Maybe a little bit better for Me Too here. Looks like this one's going to wall up for him a little bit. If he can just get there, and he does, setting himself up for a great solid vertical bottom turn there as he was able to set himself up as a very powerful, and he gets a covered up barrel and he's out of it. Me Too. Amazing what he was able to do that with that wave. It looks like nothing was going to happen there coming towards the inside. It just gets that little barreling reform. We had a perfect angle of that wave. Good job for our camera crew up here in our bird's eye view. Amazing cover up. It was a great barrel. I didn't even think that section was going to happen, but he was able to put on the brakes in that one and tuck in and come out of that one standing straight up. Me Too. For sure, that one's going to be a great scoring wave for him. As we see John Modica trying to do a little bit of a sliding carving backside 3, doesn't quite make it. But going back to that last wave by Me Too, you can see why he's one to watch on the tour this year. He just seems to have a great mind for where to be in the right time, and especially on that wave, where it looks like there's nothing that he could ever milk out of it, and yet he turns and pulls into a bail or into a barrel. What the? I'm speechless on that one. That was an amazing turnaround and recovery from what looked like just a normal wave into one of the barrels. So as we wait for that score, again we have Me Too Monteiro and from Cabo Verde in the blue, as we see in front of us here, who's setting himself up on the inside, going upwind, backside, trying to do a little reverse air. Nice air reverse back into the flats. Again, it's upwind. It's not going to quite score as high as something if he was doing that same maneuver downwind, based on the fact that the wind is kind of blowing in from that direction. So as soon as his board leaves the water, it's kind of blown back and stuck to his feet, which makes that maneuver a little bit easier to pull off. Not easy by any means, but easier to pull off for sure. And again, one of those scoring tricks that without it the wave score wouldn't have been as high. But if he were to do that exact move, an air reverse downwind, then he would have been scored a bit higher just due to the degree of difficulty. Again, waiting on the wave scores. Looks like current standings are Paulino Pereira in the red, as we see John again try to go for an inside air and not quite make it. With the red jersey, Paulino Pereira in first place, Me Too Monteiro in the blue, and John Modica in the white. As we're counting down under 5 minutes in this heat left. It's going to be difficult, I think, as this contest progresses, and we've seen earlier the sort of wave selection, and the guys have been, especially the head judge has been pounding on wave selection, and it's gotten even more important now because the quantity of waves is actually less than we thought it was going to be in the beginning, as Paulinho on the inside, gets a couple of turns, but that's not going to be what he needs in order to really bump himself super high up into the final results would be my guess. And just came in Mitu Monteiro's last wave score, 7.83. If that's not the highest wave score of the day, it's right up there with the top wave scores of the day. Again, Mitu getting that little cover up on the inside. Obviously not a big stand-up barrel, but able to come up with something that where it looked like nothing was there. Was able to put on the brakes and tuck into a little barrel and come out, and being rewarded with that, the 7.83. So standings as we have it, as we see John Modica turn around and try to do a little carving 3 to stay on the wave face, but doesn't quite pull it off. Mitu Monteiro takes over the lead, as we see Mitu on the inside with a little air, frontside air. And he gets it, kind of butt checks that one back into the water a little bit, but won't get a ton of style points on that one, and probably that wave won't score too high, but going for a little bit more of the radical end maneuver on the inside. Again, interesting strategy for Mitu. It seems like he's playing a lot more on the inside and was rewarded on that last one, the one before there, with that little cover-up, and put him in the lead by a few points now. And it looks as if Paulino Pereira in red is going to need a 6.17 to be able to overtake first place now with looks like under 3 minutes left in the heat. Modica coming in, he maintains his third place position, and interesting part is that John has a lot of waves and actually is probably had the most waves of the heat so far. But the quality that he's been able to pull off hasn't been quite as much as Mitu's there on the inside and Paulino Pereira's, as you see him pull out the back on that one. Again, here we are at we're in heat number 4, round number 1 at the EDP 2012 Kite Surf Pro in Cascais in beautiful, beautiful Portugal. Wind conditions are solid. I wouldn't say they're spectacular, but they're solid. Wave conditions, again, solid, not spectacular. We're anticipating, as the rest of this week, to pick up a little bit, both in wind and waves. But as with any contest, if it's solid conditions, you got to run it, and here we are in great ideal conditions, as we see already Mitu get a little bit of a cover up on the inside, as you see him work a little bit into an air reverse and able to pull back out of that on the inside. Again, interesting to see Mitu's his ideas for where he should position himself in this heat to be able to be scoring higher. Obviously, he's been putting himself in better position than both Modica and Pereira to end up with the high scores there, as Mitu currently, as we stand, at an 11.26 wave score, combined wave score, and Paulino looking to close that gap a little bit again. I think he needs a 6.27 in order to catch Mitu and to pass him, which is probably going to be pretty difficult to find, especially now that Mitu looks like he's hooked onto one on the inside that might be a fairly decent scoring waveform. There he is on the inside, setting up for a nice little off the top. If he can pull out of that one, he does. But that's about all he's going to be able to do with it before it outruns him and chases him to shore to set him back up. That should about do it for this heat. Again, Mitu looks like, barring anything impossible happening in the last couple of seconds, we'll have that one all hooked up and pass on to round 2. It looks like as if Paulino Pereira is going to be second place, unless again he can come up with a big score here, which is on one on the inside. What can he do with this one? Nice linking turns. He's going to get 3 turns, but I don't think that's going to be enough for him to pass Mitu for taking control of that heat. See Mitu again here on the inside, working a little bit of a backside carve, and it's kind of, again, in these onshore conditions, you can kind of work the wave in both directions to set yourself up, and it takes some vision to be able to put yourself in the proper position. As you see, Mitu is kind of working his way back and forth, and onshore wind conditions can be fairly, as you see Mitu going for a little 360 shove it there, not quite making it by shore. But that'll do it for that heat, and right now we await the final tallies for that heat. But again, barring anything that we haven't seen, the live scoring has Mitu winning that heat with Paulina Pereira in second place and John Modica in third place. But man, wrapping up a great, we're halfway through the first round. Right now we have heat number 4 has just finished. Heat number 5 coming up shortly, and standing by with us down at the judges' tower is Justine with Lee Harvey, the winner of one of the previous heats, and we're going to head on down to them, see what Lee thought of the conditions out there, how he thought his riding was for the day, and what he's looking forward to as he advances on in the second round. All right, Justine, that's down to you.
Thanks so much, Ben. Yes, I'm here with Lee. And Lee, great job. Congratulations on your first heat win.
Thanks.
How was it out there? Tell me about the conditions. How did it feel to ride today?
Yeah, the wind is super light, and with the onshore wind as well, it's really, really tricky. 12 meter with cross-on or really onshore wind is really hard, and I was just pleased to get some decent waves out the back and really work it as well as I could.
We did a great job making the most of the situation out there. Fantastic job. Way to show your skills, and can't wait to see you riding out there again. Yeah, how is it comparing today to the rest of the week? A little bit different than yesterday, day before. I know you've been out here for a few days riding, so you've seen it change a bit. A little bit different today, yeah, than yesterday?
Yeah, it's we've had not a lot of wind for a couple of days, so we've had some really good surf. But I came out early so that I can get some practice in, and we've had some really good wind conditions. Hopefully for the later rounds, it's looking the forecast for tomorrow and the next day is going to be quite windy, so hopefully we can get through this couple of rounds, get some good conditions and really showcase the sport in the further rounds.
Nice. Awesome. Yeah, can't wait to see how it changes up. Well, thanks so much for chatting with me. Congratulations again. Back to you, Ben.
All right, Justine, thank you so much for that interview with Lee Harvey, giving us a little bit of a first-hand information on what it's like out there today. As you heard, and we can see up here in the judge or in the commentators booth as well. Challenging conditions, and I think today is one of those days where you're sort of just trying. The guy who's been able to do the best with what's in front of them has advanced actually fairly easily. It's been fairly convincing, the winners so far, and you can chalk some of that up to a bit of seasoned riding for sure. Lee Harvey from the UK advancing out of that round into the second round, and letting us, giving us a glimpse again. A 12-meter kite is a big kite for these guys for sure. But with the cross-on winds, of course, if we were in a side shore wind condition or a place that was, or even at this beach in particular, that had more of a side shore wind direction, he'd probably be lit on that 12 in these wind speeds again, which are averaging pretty close to 18. But in the conditions that we find ourselves in, and with an onshore wind and sort of the waves breaking in kind of a powerful, crumbly way and pushing you back towards the beach, you're even seeing these guys having to milk those 12-meter kites a bit more than you would again if we had more of a cross-shore condition. But Lee Harvey, just like the winner of our last heat, Mitu Montiero, have both been able to overcome sort of that part of that difficulty of the conditions and make it look easy and make it look great out there. As we saw Mitu get a little cover up in that last heat, pretty remarkable. So we have heat number 5 coming up. We're going to step away for a couple seconds to have a word from our sponsors and come back with heat 5. All right, let's get back to live action. Looks like we have heat number 5 on the water. In the blue, we have Mauricio Pedreira from Brazil. In the red, we have Bastien Ballard from France. And in the white, we have Gonçalo Gomes, our local wild card here from Portugal. As we see in the blue right there, Mauricio Pedreira falling out the back there. Again, we've been blessed with some pretty phenomenal conditions to run this first round in. Adverse and difficult, but great nonetheless in the sense that we have waves rolling in. We have wind blowing all the way into the beach. And it's an ideal situation to begin the first rounds of the 2012 EDP Kitesurf Pro Cascais. As we're just underway in heat number 5, waiting for the first scores of a couple of the waves to come in. Right now we're dead even at zeros all around. And again, to kind of reiterate the judging criteria, sometimes in onshore wind conditions, probably in a bit more windy conditions than this, as we see Gonçalo Gomes set himself up for a nice backside snap in on the inside in the foam. If he can just stay in it, looks like he can. Let's see if he can keep his kite in the air. He does, and let's see if he can get the reform on the inside as he pumps to try to gain a little bit of speed. Looks like he's going to be able to hit off the foam a little bit. We see a reform. Can he make the section? Nope, just going to be a little bit of foam riding there on the inside. But not bad. He got a few turns on it. It's for his first wave of the heat. And as the heat goes on again, these guys, first time out this year, kind of getting rid of their jitters. And getting on these first rides kind of helps them, you know, get a bit more used to the conditions, as we just heard from Lee Harvey saying that it's pretty difficult out there with this onshore, cross-onshore condition and having to have a bigger kites than they're used to. Again, Lee on a 12. I don't think all the guys are on 12, but definitely bigger kites than these guys are used to, for sure in the lead up to this event where everyone was on 5s and 7s last week. So in that sense too, it takes a little bit of time just to get used to it. In the red here, as we see Bastien Ballard from France coming in, trying to set himself up for that little bowl section you see that's coming. Looks like he's not going to be able to have the power, though, to pull himself in the inside there, and getting a little frustrated. You can see a little fist pump there. In the blue here, we have Mauricio Pedreira setting himself up for a little backside, but again, not really able to get back down in the transition there to be able to put him to generate some speed to hook around and be able to link a bottom turn and a top turn together, and kind of washing out there on the inside section as he loses power and slacks his lines a little bit. Again, you can see a really great shot there of the headlands that are right out in front of us, and in a really great spot. You can see the lines coming in there of the swells. The waves have been great, a little bit crumbly because of the onshore condition, but definitely you're packing a little bit of punch. And it seems so far that actually the guys who have sort of started on the outside and then followed the waves all the way into the inside are being rewarded. And you know, that just goes to show you that you can't give up on a wave that you think that isn't necessarily going to do anything for you. You can't really give up on it, because we saw in the last heat, Mitu Monteiro kind of sticking with one on the outside and turned an average wave into one of the higher scoring waves of the entire event, throwing out a 7.83 on one of his last waves there with a little cover up on the inside. Again, I would have written that wave off watching it here live, and he was able to put on the brakes and tuck into a little cover up barrel, which super impressive that he was able to pull that off. And again, kind of going to show you that if you're sticking with waves today and trying to put yourself and the kite in proper position and trying to get as much out of it as you can, those guys are being rewarded today. So as we see the guys kind of jockeying for position on the outside, hopefully they've been watching sort of the scores that have been handed out from the guys from the judges from earlier today, and seeing that, you know, sticking with that philosophy of getting onto the wave and then kind of going all the way in on the inside and seeing what happens. It seems to be working out for the guys who are advancing through the heats and piling up their good heat scores. As it stands now, Gonçalo Gomes, we have a couple of waves have been ridden in this heat so far, which is heat 5, round 1. Gonçalo Gomes, the local wild card here from Portugal, heading it up with his first wave score as a 3.5, sitting in first place, and Mauricio Pedreira sitting in second with a 2-wave score of 2.83, and Bastien Ballard is still waiting to get on the board and waiting for his scores to pop up. So plenty of time left. We have a little bit under 10 minutes left in this heat. Plenty of time to put in some work, get up there and get their position in this heat settled within the next 10 minutes. Again, it's difficult conditions. You can see the Kite's looping a little bit to try to keep in power, but a nice one here by Bastien Ballard, just not able to stay in the pocket. You see that wave setting up nice on the inside. If you could just have milked a little bit of more power of this Kite to be able to come in as he does a turn on this one, and trying to maybe take a page out of Mitu's book and come here in the middle and try to milk something out of that inside section, but again, falling off the back of that wave, just not able to stay in it. And you know, a lot of wave riding too is the experience of kite flying actually comes into play a lot. As the better kite flyer you are, the better it is for you to put yourself into position. And even though the judges are looking for proper positioning and power and speed and fluidity on the wave, being a good kite flyer is going to really help in putting you in the proper position to showcase that riding style. And as we see now, our guys going super far out, trying to position themselves back into the contest zone. Again, with an onshore wind like it is today, they're going to be taking pretty heavy tacks back to the left and right, trying to get themselves up into that contest zone. So they have the vision as they're looking down from sort of that rock outcropping. They have the vision to see what the swells are going to do. But as we're looking out right now, it looks like it's flattened out a little bit, and the guys are waiting to see something come in. As we switch back to our overview cams of our event site as we wait for our guys to get out there. Again, beautiful sunny day here on Guincho Beach. I'm sitting up in a tower overviewing this whole thing in our host hotel, the Muchacho Hotel, and the city of Cascais has just been fantastic hosts to us so far here. And again, if you guys are thinking about taking a trip into the European waters, and this is of course the Atlantic that we're looking out in front of us, but it has sort of a Mediterranean feel. We're fairly far south on the whole Iberia and the whole peninsula there. So this is a brilliant spot to come and hang out as we switch back to live action. And we see Gonzalo Gomez starting to set himself up. A nice little backside snap off the top, carrying some speed and power. This is exactly what the judges want to see. Back inside and setting himself up for a section. Can he get it out of that foam and make it into that last little nice? Does he pull out of it? Not quite able to stamp out of that one, but it should be a good scoring wave for Gonzalo Gomez. As we see Bastien Ballard pull in, able to get that top turn and back in, but just going to run away from him a bit there. And let's see if he sticks with it. As I said before, a lot of times the guys who've been sticking with it on the inside have been rewarded with a little reform, as we saw Mitu pull into a little cover-up. But it looks like this one's just going to turn into a big avalanche foam ball chasing him to the beach, and is going to make him turn around and go back out. But it should be a scoring wave for Bastien Ballard. Again, he's had a couple so far. But he's going to be looking to increase his scores, as his two-wave scores at 2.67. Gonzalo Gomez at 3.5 as I'm looking at it right now, but still awaiting that second wave score to come in from the judges, which I'm guessing is going to be enough to put him back up into first place ahead of Mauricio Pereira, who's currently sitting in first with a 3.73 combined wave score. Again, even between these guys, we're looking at it coming up on about 3 or 4 minutes left in the heat, and the combined total wave scores, or even the combined waves ridden, is 6 or 7 waves between these three guys. So originally, actually sitting throughout a lot of the riders' meetings and the judges' meetings, we were a little bit worried about the wave count and thinking that 15 waves were going to tick off pretty quickly to be able to get these guys up and going, and we're really hammering away the wave selection and how it's going to be really, really important for these guys to get themselves, with the mindset of wave selection. And though that is important, we're seeing actually that they're getting nowhere near that 15 wave limit. So a lot of times, I mean, obviously you want to stay away from those 1s and 2s that aren't really going to set you up in any way, shape, or form to be able to advance through your heat. But a lot of times, like I said, as we find ourselves under 5 minutes here, and we only have 6 or 7 total waves ridden by all of our guys, it's becoming an issue. It's becoming an issue where you might even be able to increase your position in the second round, you know, with a fairly low wave score total. So these guys need to be selective, but they can't be too selective. Otherwise, they could find themselves with just a couple of ones and really kind of, you know, debilitating themselves in the second round to be able to set themselves up for a good heat draw for round 2. As we see in the blue there, Mauricio Pereira from Brazil trying to do a little bit, look more like a chop hop than an air, but definitely trying to blow the fins out of the water there in the back. As I suspected, Gonzalo Gomez with a 4.6 on that last wave has jumped up to first place position with a combined wave score of 8.1, putting Mauricio Pereira into second place with a 3.73 and Bastian Ballard in third place with a 2.67. Again, plenty of time left for Bastian and Mauricio to put together a couple more waves, but the way that things have been going, they better hope for some pretty quick positioning and some pretty quick sets to start rolling in, as Mauricio needs a 5.87 to pass Gonzalo in order to take over first place, and if he was able to pull that off, that would be the highest wave score of this heat so far. That currently belonging to Gonzalo with a 4.6. So we'll see what happens here in the next couple of minutes. But as you see the action cam, the wind is pretty onshore. The waves look like they're getting even a little bit fewer and far between as we're coming up on pretty high tide here. It definitely looks like there's some tumultuous waters out there, a few rips, and I know when I was out there the other day, there was a few sections at high tide that were really swirling around they were tossing me around like a washing machine, and it's difficult in competition to get yourself in that situation, and especially if you're trying to set yourself up for a bottom turn or something, and you find yourself in some water condition that's sort of going with your speed and your direction. It kind of knocks you off your positioning and your balance, and dealing with that sometimes is difficult, especially here on this high tide, where, you know, some guys, if they're not careful, will be going through the rinse cycle a few times here on the inside. As we see Gonzalo Gomez, who's leading this heat so far. Let's see if this one's going to do anything for him. It doesn't look like it. Looks like it kind of craps out on him. Oh, but we have a nice sized wave here for Bastian Ballard, but it just looks like perhaps that was breaking. He was a little bit too high on a little bit too deep on the peak in that one, except if he can get this reform, but it looks like it's just going to be a little foam ride on the inside. So not much happening there as we watch Gonzalo Gomez again going out our local Portuguese wild card, who looks like he's setting himself up in position to pass this round in first place. Again, the other two riders not out of it by any means. Mauricio needing a 5.87 in order to take over second place. Bastian Ballard needs 1.96 to take over second place. But based on the time and based on, you know, it's taking a couple of minutes for these guys to set up per wave. Again, with only a few minutes left in the heat, I find it hard to believe that we wouldn't have Gonzalo Gomez passing into the second round. So we switch back to our overhead cam here to check out our event site. You can see our sponsor tents, and let's go back to live cam actually. We have Gonzalo Gomez again on the inside, just putting his stamp on this heat. Powerful, just getting a nice position there off the top, not really able to get into the critical section, but you can see the sort of experience that comes with sort of local knowledge of this spot, and, you know, being able to milk these waves all the way on the inside. Again, this wave score is going to be high for this heat. For sure he's going to be looking for a higher total as this event goes on, but again, these the ones who've been able to advance out of these heats have been the guys who've really been able to do the best with what they had, you know, and again, the guys who are starting on the outside and continuing that wave all the way in are being rewarded as they get to the inside. It's pretty remarkable, and the same goes for our local wild card Gonzalo Gomez as we tick down the final seconds of this heat. it looks like he's going to pass. And one of those guys for sure who was able to make the most out of a situation and make the most out of the conditions, and probably with the best wave I've seen of the day. I know I was hooting and hollering up here, and I saw Mitu Monteiro with a cover up there on the inside, and it looks as if Justine is down on the beach with Mitu right now, and I'd love to hear his words on what he thought of the conditions for today, his heat, and especially that little cover up that he was able to get down there. So let's go down to Justine right now and check in with Mitu.
Official results for heat number 5.
Thanks, Ben. Yes, I'm here with Mitu. Mitu! Way to go. Congratulations. You really made the most of the conditions out there today. How did it compare today versus yesterday, and how were you able to pull off that little barrel?
So it was nice, not so easy because the wind it was a little bit light, you know. And another day we ride with 5 meters, so it's impossible to ride with this with a 5. So today's was a little bit more different, but it was nice. I take just one nice wave, I do some barrel. It was nice there.
Nice, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. And as far as we go like through the rest of the week, do you think that conditions should pick up? Maybe we're going to see a little bit more wind, a little more waves. What are you hoping to see?
Yeah, normally I see the forecast, and there is a big swell coming, so I think it's going to be really nice, you know, and also the wind going to come, so we're going to get good conditions.
Sweet. Well, we can't wait to see what you can do with that, because you rocked it out there with what we have today. So good job. Congratulations. Thanks for taking the time to chat with me. Back to you, Ben.
Right on. Thank you, Justine. That was insane. Great to hear from Mitu, in my opinion. Had the wave of the day so far as we roll into heat number 6, giving us a little insight into the conditions today and how he's able to sort of go for that little inside barrel. I know the crowd, I could hear him from up here. We're super psyched on that barrel, and for sure the judges were impressed as well, as he got the highest wave score total of the day, and easily passed his heat, as we've talked about a bit before. The guys who have been able to sort of take what they're given and really utilize it, and especially Mitu has such a powerful, smooth style, and he was rewarded on that little inside barrel. And you couldn't argue with the ease that he was able to pass his heat, really establishing himself as a guy not only to be here at this first tour stop of the year at the EDP Kite Surf Pro, but as a guy to beat as the year goes on. He's our runner-up from 2011. You can tell he came out into this event in the warm-ups with a desire and a vision and a hunger to get out there and take control of the situation and put his stamp on this whole year as one of the guys that is a force to be reckoned with. That's for sure. The Cabo Verdean that we just heard from Justine, taking us through his heat, talking about the conditions as we roll into heat number 6. We're going to step away, word from our sponsors, and we'll be back at you with more live action from the 2012 EDP Kite Surf Pro Cascais.
Hey guys, my name is Sylvain Orange. I'm also known as Rata. That's how I sign my paintings. I'm the artist who painted Azorios du Mar, which you have right here, first of a series of 4 paintings. So here is the deal. Join Cascais and I in supporting Blue. This painting can be yours. Bid now on charitybuzz.com. See you in the waves.
Booyah! Right back at you with live action. Heat number 6. In the red, Nuno Figueiredo from Portugal, another local favorite here. In the blue jersey, we got Cascais Solbach. My fellow commentator ran his way from here down to the booth to be able to hit up his heat. He's wearing the blue US rider in the North Kite there, right in front of us. Looks like Sky on that yellow board. Again, it's going to be probably a bit advantageous for Sky being able to watch from the booth up here and see what's been scoring well, and knowing that it's going to be a lot about utilizing those waves. He's trying to set himself up for a good position for the next wave. In the white, we have Jacob Appel, the Danish rider, out there with nothing to lose and everything to prove. He's out there to challenge these guys and seasoned riders and make a name for himself here at the 2012 EDP Kite Surf Pro in Cascais here at beautiful Guincho Beach. We have some great camera work happening with you today as we switch over to our overview cam and show you the beach site that we have. And we've got lots of honeys walking around down there, and lots of guys here checking out the action. As this week seems to be like it's heading out for some great conditions as the contest goes on. And hit back up with our action cam here. You can see everyone trying to position themselves as we get try to boot that guy out of there who's in the competitive area. Snaking bottom turn there by Nuno Figueiredo. So let's see what he can do with it on the inside. Again, the guy's able to come all the way in on the inside and work this wave all the way in. Has been scoring a bit higher. He's up. Looks like he's going to try to hit that section on the upwind part. A little air back, not able to come back into the re-entry, but a little backside air, trying to come back, but looks like he just punted out the back and wasn't able to hold that together. Again, going to score good. Isn't going to score great because he popped out the back. And again, the judges are rewarding sort of that power fluid style as we see Cascais Solbach hook into one that looks like it's going to turn into something. Nice little off the top there, back in. You can see he's struggling for a bit of power as well, trying to work it on the inside. Definitely nice little re-entry, not able to hold it together, but listening to a bit of his own commentary actually in utilizing sort of that wave as far in as possible. But just underway here, heat number 6, again, going over our competitors in this heat. Blue, Cascais Solbach from the USA. In the red, Nuno Figueiredo from Portugal. And in the white, Jacob Appel from Denmark. We're just a few minutes into heat number 6 of 8 in the first round as we see Jacob Appel try to stay into that wave, just not able to do it. But you can see that there's still some nice little nuggets rolling in. And again, it's all about positioning. It's all about getting yourself in the right place at the right time. And based on what we've seen, being able to take that wave and not only use that first section, but stick with it and kind of power through that foam ball and sticking with the reform, because it's been really it's been, as we see Sky up off the top there. Going to try to stick with this one. Let's see if this reforms into something on the inside that he can use. Really trying to pump some power to that kite. Drops in over the backside of that wave again, but he's just going to reposition himself as that kind of went into a bunch of different directions and got a little bit messy there on the inside. And that's the risk you take about trying to go on the reforms on the inside. Sometimes they gather themselves and collect together, and you have a little something to work with, and a little ramp that sets up that you can punt a little air off of on the inside, which we saw earlier today. Kite Dabotis, was doing that to the tee just perfectly, and came out of that with some of the highest wave scores that we've seen of the day. And being able to it's part luck, part skill, and if you go in and take that chance to go in all the way on the inside, you might lose a little bit of ground in that contest area, and if you get all the way in and it doesn't collect itself, you're just going to have just a big mess and a big washing machine on the inside. But as we've seen, it's been rewarding some guys, and sometimes it reforms and collects itself together into a nice little ramp that you can sort of finish off that wave with a nice little stamp of an air, or a little air reverse, or as in Mito Monteiro's case, a nice little cover up. And those are the waves that have been scored the highest as we've been watching today. It's been pretty remarkable actually to see this happening. Again, we have Cascais Solbach on the water, Nuno Figueiredo, Jacob Appel. I'm Ben Meyer, coming to you live from Guincho, Portugal, up at the bird's eye view as we look down on Nuno here. Trying to stick with this one on the inside. Looks like it might reform to something on the inside he can work with. Just trying to get himself in the proper position, make sure he's got some power in that kite, some tension in his lines. Looks like they're slacking a bit. Going to be able to get just a little bit of a frontside hack off there, but not really able to do too much else with it. As we pan across and check out the positioning of our riders and trying to get themselves in the right position in this onshore challenging wind is a fair description, I would say. Just based on the swell direction, based on the wind direction. Again, you can see, even as this, I believe, is sky going across our screen. When that swell kind of goes past you, it's going to take a little bit of that power away from you, and it's going to kind of hurt your positioning to get yourself, back upwind and back into the lineup. And so you're even going to have to pick your directions of how you get in on the inside. And we've seen a couple of riders today sort of take the opportunity of a breaking wave that maybe isn't one that's worth riding, but sort of get in front of it and to be able to utilize the power of that pushing behind them instead of in front of them to get a better angle of trying to position themselves upwind. So we see another wave here by Nuno Figueiredo, local from Portugal. Again, the local guys really have the local knowledge here to be able to deal with the conditions, and as you see Nuno doing a better job getting himself in the right position for this little reform on the inside, really starting to be able to link his turns together. And though again, he's going to wish that as the day and as the contest progresses to have a bit more powerful and fluid turns. He's doing the best he can with that wave, and I think he's going to be rewarded for that by the judges, because as the conditions are challenging, the heats have been going to the guys who don't give up on it and who milk that all the way to the end. As we see Sky hook into one here. Nice little off the top hack. Let's see what happens on the reform on the inside here. If it goes into a little double up section, that'll provide a nice little ramp, or if he's just going to let it outrun him and set himself up. Looks like he's going to go into bottom turn, try to set himself up for a little hack, which he gets. Blows his fins out a little bit, sets back up into the foam ball. Let's work this on the inside, does a little carving 3 back into the wave face. Back up off the foam ball again, and like I said before, the fact that Sky was able to utilize that wave all the way in, not giving up on it, and putting in link turns, I'm guessing that the judges, based on their past history in this event, are going to reward him for that. As we stand and as we wait for Sky's latest latest wave score to update, again, I think that last one will probably score fairly high for him. He's currently sitting in second place, and with Nuno Figueiredo in first place and Jacob Appel in third. Currently, Nuno is at 6.43, Sky 4.83, Jake at 1.5. Again, figure that's going to change as we switch over to live action. Nuno going left, seeing what's going to happen with this wave here, and isn't able to stay on his feet to see what that inside. It doesn't look like anything was going to happen with that anyway. It was kind of was a peek and see wave instead of one that he was trying to set him up for. It didn't look like he missed out on too much. Again, as we have an overview here, and we see Jacob Appel trying to get himself upwind and get himself in the right position. Sky Solbach from the U.S. down below, hitting us again, trying to get in proper position to be able to go forward. That sounded like I think I just heard a 3-horn blast from up here, which we're gonna have to wait and see what the official word is from that last heat. Usually something like that means that there's been some failing conditions, but let's check and see what the official word is. As it stands, we had Nuno in first, Sky in second, Jacob in third, but conditions definitely look like they're a little bit lighter, and based on this high tide, sort of the water moving around, we'll see what the call is here. As we check out up above, guys trying to make it work, but again, it's for kind of in, I don't want to say failing conditions, but the challenging conditions seems to be continuing. And again, just trying to figure out what the update is as we see that little foam ball come in and just completely take away Nuno, one of our local favorites from Portugal. So we're going to step away for a second and get the official call for this heat. It looks to me like it was probably abandoned, and we're going to come back and get a final update. So we're going to step away for a second and have a word from our sponsors, and then probably throw it down to the beach to talk to a few other riders and get the call on that last heat, or whether it was an official heat or whether we're going to get an abandonment. So we'll be back right at you in a couple minutes. Alright, welcome back. We are here. We were just in the middle of heat number 6 of round 1 of the 2012 EDP Kite Surf Pro Cascais. And we're going to throw this one down to the beach actually. Justine, maybe you can give us a bit of a bit more of a idea of what's going on of that last heat. We heard from the commentators booth, we heard a couple of short bursts of sound, which made us think that perhaps that heat was abandoned. So maybe we can, which seems like exactly the call. So let's throw it down to you and get an update on what's going on in the heat list there, and then also go to an interview with one of our heat winners. So Justine, let's go down to you.
Yeah, thanks guys. We are taking a break. They did call the heat. We're taking a moment here. Going to see if the wind picks up a little bit. It just kind of died off. So we're going to take a little bit of a break, see if conditions pick back up, and if so, we'll come back on. But we're just going to kind of hold off for a moment and wait to see what happens with the wind. But I am here with Portugal's son, Gonzalo. Congratulations on your heat win. How were the conditions out there? How'd you make it work? I mean, you made it work, so tell us about how it was out there.
Yeah, well, the wind wasn't the best, but I catch 2 good waves, and well, I think it was enough to pass the next round. I'm very happy, and I hope the other guy who called with me, who catch me, wasn't not a big ride, but I am now with 8th place, I think, with the 8 guys, the best guys in the world. Well, it's too good for me. It's too good for me.
You earned it. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm very happy. I'm very happy.
You've quite a bit of fans out here too. You made everyone very happy. The beach just erupted when you won. So, and it was tough getting him over here. There was quite a lot of people who wanted to take pictures and say hi and congratulate you.
I'm very happy to have all my friends.
Yes, awesome support.
To support, yeah. I'm very happy with that.
Well-loved guy. Well, you earned it. Congratulations. I'm sure you'll be celebrating tonight.
Yeah, not today. But the end of the competition, I'm going out.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, we'll see.
Lots to celebrate. Well, congratulations.
Thanks again.
Thanks so much for chatting with me. Yeah, Ben, we're on hold, so we'll just check back with you or throw it back to you, and I'll let you know when there's an update here. Thanks so much.
All right, thanks, Justine. We just heard from our eyes and ears on the beach that we were in postponement from that last heat, which was heat number 6. Sky Solbach, Nuno Figueiredo, and Jacob Appel. That heat was abandoned is what I'm assuming. On hold, the event on hold, that heat abandoned. Again, we'll get some confirmation that's the actual case, but from what I can see up here, I'm guessing that heat was abandoned, and we're going to have to either rerun that one later in today, or that'll be first heat up next time the conditions allow for that. Again, we're rolling up on 5 p.m. here local time, and it's not out of the question actually for the wind to pick up a little bit from here on out, as the sun stays up so late here, and it sets so beautifully over the Atlantic in front of us. We're able to have the opportunity to run this contest almost until 9:30 at night, just based on the light. Again, failing conditions for the sixth heat of the first round, but we were able to get through the first 5. And we just heard from local favorite Gonçalo Gomes, who won Heat 5 against the Frenchman and the Brazilian, and giving us sort of a bit of an insight on what it's like to be competing here in front of his home country and his home fans. And again, you could hear some of his homeboys giving some shout outs to him as he was interviewing down there with Justine, which is fantastic, and it's what we like to see here with this local support of all of their local riders. And again, as we look at a bit of the overview of the beach, you can see there's some people down there, and we're psyched to be here in Guincho in Portugal, and even more psyched about the support that the local communities had, not just the kiters but the surfers as well. And as we're here on a weekend on a Sunday, a lot of people have driven down from Lisbon, and it's an awesome, great atmosphere down there on the beach. People walking around, and it's actually set up really well in that there's certain parts of the beach that you can go hang out in that actually aren't windy at all. They're kind of tucked away from the wind a little bit. That's where you want to go if you want to hang out and check out some of the sunbathers that could be down there. Hopefully it's none of our tour riders who decided to go throw on their Speedo and go hang out down there. But it wouldn't surprise me if you found Luke, our 17-year-old South African guy, wandering around with his Speedo like he was threatening earlier today. But yeah, such a beautiful location. Again, as we show the shore bay, you can kind of move back and forth between that and our overview cam, and look down at our event site there. Again, if you're just tuning in with us, we were able to run the first 5 heats of the men's ladder in the first round. We are currently on hold with a Heat 6 abandonment. Heat 6 was Sky Solbach, Nuno Figueiredo, and Jacob Apple. We're going to wait final word on that for now, but I'm assuming that heat will be rerun when conditions allow for it to. But as it seemed from up here, the wind was getting a bit lighter, and if guys are struggling to make a 12-meter kite work, that usually means that it's going to be pretty tough for that event to be that heat to be run. So we're going to step away and take a bit of a break, and when we come back, hopefully we'll have a bit more information and move from there. See you soon.
Hey guys, my name is Sylvain Orange. I'm also known as Rata. That's how I sign my paintings. I'm the artist who painted Azorios do Mar, which you have right here. First of a series of 4 paintings. So here is the deal. Join Cascais and I in supporting Blue. This painting can be yours. Bid now on charitybus.com. See you in the waves.
Alright guys, we are back and we're looking at a live view of our event site. Again, we are at the 2012 EDP Kite Surf Pro here in Cascais, and we are currently on hold based on conditions being less than ideal. Again, we've got through five heats here, and sixth heat was abandoned, and word from the beach is we are currently on hold. So we are going to step away, and as soon as we hear more about what's going to happen with the continuation of this event, or if it's going to be called for the day, we'll come back and give you that information. But until then, we will step away for the time being and let you know as soon as we know what the plans are for the rest of the day. Alright, until then, I'm Ben Meyer, here with you all week, talking head in the box, although you haven't gotten to see my face too much today, which is probably a good thing for you guys. But we will be with you shortly as soon as we know more.